Hi there. I know you've had a long day, and maybe your mind won't stay still tonight. That's all right. You're here now, and there's nowhere else you need to be. Take a moment to set your screen to dark. Let your shoulders drop, close your eyes if you'd like, and let my voice drift you far away from everything you thought you had to carry. Tonight, we'll wander through the hidden tunnels under old London. Quiet bricks, dripping stone, hush pressing close. Nothing waits for you there but old stories, soft shadows, and a place safe enough to let you sleep. So breathe softer now, and when you're ready, we'll step into the tunnels together and let the hush keep you company until your dreams find you. Beneath the cobblestone streets of old London, the hush drifts through tunnels carved by hands that no longer remember the sun. Brick walls lean close, damp and cold, holding secrets in cracks too narrow for daylight to slip through. They say these tunnels once carried whispers between cellars, back rooms, basements that fed the city's hunger for smoke and ale and stories best kept underground. Every step echoes against stone worn smooth by boots that never asked the daylight for permission. Rats slip through gaps in the mortar, tails brushing hush deeper into the dark. In some corners, candles once burned low, their flames flickering against barrels stacked neat as secrets, shadows pooling in corners, where voices promised debts and kept them hidden. Moist air drips slow from overhead pipes, each drop a small hush landing on stone that has seen more than it will ever tell. Sometimes if you stand very still, you might hear the city hum above, carriages rumbling, footsteps tapping, laughter drifting down like a memory that never finds the floor. But down here, the hush always wins. So breathe softer now. Let your thoughts drift with the hush along these tunnels. Feel the brick press its stories against your shoulders, and rest where London's secrets sleep in the dark, patient enough to hold your dreams until you forget the streets above. Farther along the tunnel, the brick walls curve into arches so low you have to bow your head, as if the hush itself asks you to walk softer, to press your footsteps gentle into earth that remembers every heel, every whisper. Rusty iron hooks cling to damp walls. Each one once held a lantern that swung slow in the chill, casting shadows that flickered over barrels, old crates, and the corners where dust settled like a promise. They say smugglers moved through here when the city above closed its eyes, boots splashing through shallow puddles that caught candlelight and hid it in ripples. Sometimes a single coin slipped from a pocket, rolled across the stones, and sank into cracks that still hold their hush tight around cold metal. Water drips from unseen pipes overhead, echoing in small, steady taps that fall into darkness. A narrow shelf of stone juts out from one wall, dusty cloth sacks stacked like memories no hand has touched for years. If you lean close, you might feel the hush breathe through gaps in the bricks. Warm air from cellars, long sealed, stories curled around pipes that rattle only when the city above forgets they're there. No voices call now. No footsteps hurry through this curve. Only the hush, settled in puddles, woven through rust, leaning patient into brick that holds your breath as its own. So breathe softer now. Let your thoughts slide along the damp arches. Feel the hush settle over your shoulders like a cloak stitched from cobweb and old stone, and sleep where London's tunnels keep their secrets slow, never asking you to find the way out. Deeper still, the tunnel bends where brick meets stone, older than any map remembers. Walls patched with mortar, so rough you can see each mark where hands pressed it firm, trying to keep the hush from slipping through. A narrow stairway dips from the main path, steps slick with years of damp air, each tread worn shallow by boots that knew which corner to turn and which ones to leave in shadow. They say in these hidden pockets, merchants once hid barrels of ale and casks of wine, tucked behind false walls that now crumble into the hush. Wood staves split, iron hoops rusted, the sweet scent of old drink long swallowed by the stone. A single lantern hook still juts out above the stair, iron black with age, no flame left to keep the hush from gathering at the corners. Sometimes, when the wind above pushes through gaps in cellar doors, a thin draft finds its way down, turning the hush into a sigh that slips across your shoulders. Moss creeps along the edges of each stair, soft green threads that catch the light from your memory, curling around stone as if they know how to hold each secret safe. No voices echo here now, no boots stamp warmth back into the stones. Only the hush, settled on each step, pressed deep into the mortar, waiting with the patience only tunnels know. So breathe softer now. Feel your thoughts trace the curve of these old stones. Let the hush slip over your hands like damp moss, and sleep where London's tunnels bend into secrets slow enough to keep you dreaming far below the waking streets. Past the dipping stairway, the tunnel widens into a hollow where the hush pools thick, settling in cracks that spider out from stones laid by hands that never thought the city above would grow so loud. Here, an old brick arch crowns the chamber, its curves softened by drips of water that carry bits of mortar down, grain by grain, until the hush tucks them into puddles that never dry. Wooden beams lean against the walls, black with damp, tips sunk into the stone floor like roots, trying to remember how to hold the weight of stories. Once crates and barrels sat stacked high here, each marked in chalk with names long lost to the hush that pressed in each night when the tunnels needed to breathe. A rusted chain dangles from the arch, links cold to the touch, clinking soft when the air stirs, a sound that disappears before it can climb back up the stairway. They say the men who came here never spoke above a whisper, voices folded small enough to hide from ears that might listen above. But the hush remembers every word, pressed between brick and beam, stored away like wine left too long in the dark. Sometimes, when the street above rumbles with carts and footsteps, the hush trembles along the chain, breathing the memory of clinking coins, promises made with eyes turned low. No footsteps echo here now. No crates creak beneath heavy boots. Only the hush, settled in wood that sighs, chains that dream, and puddles that hold the drip of time like a secret. So breathe softer now. Let your thoughts rest where the beams lean. Feel the hush settle around your ribs like mist on old stone, and sleep where London's tunnels hold the weight of forgotten bargains, patient enough to keep them safe until you wake. Beyond the hollow chamber, the passage narrows again, walls closing in just enough to feel the hush press close against your shoulders, like a secret leaning in to listen. Along one side, old brick gives way to rough-hewn stone, blocks dark with age, their edges softened by centuries of damp air, breathing hush through tiny seams. A wooden door leans crooked in its frame, hinges rusted to the point where they squeal only when the hush wants them to. The planks are split, nails bent, each crack filled with dust that holds memories like moths pinned beneath glass. They say behind this door, storerooms once held sacks of flour, casks of salted meat, and bottles marked for men who knew how to disappear below the streets. Now, only the hush fills the shelves, settled thick on broken crates and glass shards that catch the light when your thoughts pass by. A single narrow window, bricked up long ago, leaks a breath of chill air, threading the hush through cobwebs that hang like curtains no one remembers to draw. Moss curls up from the floor, green threads pushing through cracks where water drips from somewhere high above, each drop carrying a piece of the city's forgetting with it. Sometimes, when the wind turns just right, a distant echo slides down from the street, the hush folding it quiet before it can wake the dust. No footsteps stir the flowery shadows now, no hands stack sacks against the door, only the hush, woven through moss and cracks, settled on splinters that dream of weight they no longer bear. So breathe softer now. Let your thoughts slip behind the crooked door, feel the hush press gentle into your palms like cool stone, and sleep where London's tunnels let the city's old hunger drift slow, lost in shadows that ask nothing of you but rest. Past the crooked door, the tunnel dips lower, floor stones slick with moisture that beads along the edges, catching what little light drifts from cracks overhead. Here, the hush feels deeper, like water pooling in the bottom of an old well, soaking into your thoughts until they settle slow beside the stones. An iron grate lies half sunken in the path, bars rusted, a few bent just enough to whisper of rats and secrets that slip through places no one else wants to follow. Sometimes, when the city above exhales a gust of wind, it sighs through the grate, pushing the hush into ripples that wash across your shoes. Against the far wall, a line of bricks crumbles inward, small holes just wide enough for roots to find their way through, green tendrils weaving hush into cracks that carry rainwater down from streets, too busy to remember the tunnels that cradle them. They say this bend once led to a hidden room, where ledgers were read by candlelight, coins stacked neat, and debts carved into walls that forgot them only when the hush grew thick enough to press the numbers away. Now, only damp air curls through, dripping from the ceiling in tiny streams that slip into old drains, carrying stories so thin they dissolve before you hear them. No voices barter here now, no hands run along ledgers, only the hush, settled on iron and stone, woven through roots that breathe slow under brick and rain. So breathe softer now. Let your thoughts drift across the grate. Feel the hush press cool against your ankles like water that never rises. And sleep where London's tunnels hold the city's old debts tight, folded safe beneath the footsteps you've left behind. Farther down the bend, the tunnel narrows again, floor dipping just enough for shallow puddles to gather in dips worn by boots that forgot the sun long before the hush found them. A small arch of brick curves overhead, mortar stained dark where water trickles slow, leaving trails of moss that glow soft green when your mind drifts low enough to notice. An old wooden beam lies wedged across the path, splintered at both ends, its weight pressing hush into the stones beneath, a reminder that even what holds you up can someday sag into the dark. They say these deeper tunnels carried not just smugglers and merchants, but whispers of things better left behind. Footsteps that knew how to stay hidden, voices that spoke in hush so thick the city above never heard them echo. Sometimes, the drip of water through the arch sounds like the hush humming a song no one remembers how to finish. A tune that curls through puddles, wraps around old bricks, and settles in the cracks beneath your feet. Rust creeps along metal hooks driven into the walls, their purpose long forgotten. Were they meant for lanterns, or ropes, or the secrets that needed somewhere to hang until they vanished into hush? No footsteps test these puddles now, no lantern flickers on iron hooks. Only the hush, damp and slow, slipping through moss, weaving you into stone that never asks you to be more than still. So breathe softer now, let your thoughts drift through the arch. Feel the hush gather at your shoulders like a blanket grown cool, and sleep where London's tunnels keep songs half sung, waiting to finish in the dreams you leave behind. Past the low arch, the tunnel splits in two, one path curling down where the hush pools thick in shadows, the other bending left where walls lean close enough for your shoulders to brush damp brick. A trickle of water seeps along the floor, gathering in a shallow channel worn by drips that never stop. Each drop carrying whispers from the streets above, broken and softened until they join the hush that waits below. Old wooden crates sit pushed against one wall, boards warped and black with years of damp, nails rusted thin as needles pressed into soft grain. They say once these boxes held things best moved when daylight slept. Silk wrapped in burlap, bottles clinked quiet in straw, names never carved but known by those who knew how to listen to the hush. Sometimes when your eyes slip half closed, you might see shapes lean between the crates, just shadows moving where nothing breathes now, the hush flickering along splintered wood, asking you to stay long enough to hear the last story it holds. A single iron pipe runs along the ceiling, drips cold beads of water down your spine, a small reminder that above all this brick and hush, the city still breathes. Footsteps tap, doors swing wide, but here below, the hush holds every secret tight. No hands pry open these crates now. No lantern swings from the pipe. Only the hush, settled on water and wood, threaded through rust that hums when the wind forgets its way out. So breathe softer now. Let your thoughts drift where the tunnel splits. Feel the hush gather at your feet like water that never warms. And sleep where London's tunnels keep stories stacked in crates, patient enough to wait until you forget your name above. Beyond the split, one narrow path slips deeper under stone that breathes cool against your skin. Walls pressed close enough for the hush to rest on your shoulders like an old coat you never remember putting on. Bricks here wear patches of moss, soft green rising from cracks that drink each drop of water trickling down. Roots so thin they slide into mortar, binding hush into the bones of the tunnel. A small alcove opens on the right, just wide enough for a single person to stand, where the stone curves away, forming a pocket of shadow that holds every word ever whispered here. They say messengers waited in spots like this, letters pressed flat under damp cloaks, eyes turned low when footsteps echoed near. Sometimes, if you close your eyes, you might feel the hush breathe warm against your neck, like a story leaning close, asking you to listen without ever needing to speak it aloud. The floor dips where old bricks cracked. A shallow pool holds the reflection of your thoughts, broken by ripples when a drop falls from a rusted pipe overhead, ringing hush through the tunnel until it fades back into stone. No letters pass hands here now. No secrets slip across damp walls. Only the hush, settled in moss and mortar, threaded through echoes that never climb back to the city above. So breathe softer now. Let your thoughts settle in the alcove. Feel the hush curl around your spine like roots in wet earth. And sleep where London's tunnels keep secrets folded quiet, deep enough to hold you long after the city forgets. At the far end of the narrow path, the tunnel curves one last time, walls bowing inward as if the hush itself needs them to lean closer, to press every sound into the stones until not even an echo remembers its way out. Here, the ceiling dips so low you feel the hush slide across your hair, damp brick brushing strands aside like a quiet hand, asking you to walk slower, breathe softer. Let the hush carry your thoughts deeper than any street above could find. A single wooden beam crosses overhead, black with age, tips sunk into walls that hum with the slow drip of water passing from brick to brick, each drop settling into a shallow groove worn smooth by centuries of forgetting. Old chalk marks still cling to parts of the wall, numbers and lines no one reads anymore, ghosts of ledgers scribbled in half-light by men who needed the hush to hold their bargains safe. Moss creeps over them now, soft green fingers pressing hush into every faint stroke of chalk, tucking secrets away where eyes will never look again. No one waits at the end of this bend. No lantern burns to show the path back. Only the hush, settled in beams and bricks, woven through drips and roots, cradling the air so still you can feel your heartbeat slow to match it. So breathe softer now. Leave your worries with the chalk and moss. Feel the hush wrap around your shoulders like an old coat, warm enough to hold you steady under London's bones, and sleep where the tunnels forget your name, where the hush promises to keep your dreams quiet, long after the streets above move on without you. Are you still awake? Or are you already drifting close to sleep? I'm here with you, like a quiet friend, reminding you it's safe to let go now. Close your eyes, find your calm breath, keep the volume soft. This is your time to rest, to let this boring history for sleep carry you far away. Beneath the restless waves, old shipwrecks lie forgotten. Once they sailed proud and strong, holding hopes and secrets across deep oceans. Now they rest, hidden under layers of sand and salt, wrapped in the ocean's hush. No footsteps, no voices, only water moving gently through broken beams. Fish swim through empty cabins. Coral grows where sails once flew. The wrecks do not mind. They sleep in the quiet, and the quiet keeps them. So breathe slow. Let this boring history for sleep drift through your mind. Imagine the ships, heavy and still, deep under the waves, and you, floating just above, lighter and lighter until sleep takes you too. Beneath the restless waves, old shipwrecks lie forgotten. Once they sailed proud and strong, holding hopes and secrets across deep oceans. Now they rest, hidden under layers of sand and salt, wrapped in the ocean's hush. No footsteps, no voices, only water moving gently through broken beams. Fish swim through empty cabins. Coral grows where sails once flew. The wrecks do not mind. They sleep in the quiet, and the quiet keeps them. So breathe slow. Let this boring history for sleep drift through your mind. Imagine the ships, heavy and still, deep under the waves, and you, floating just above, lighter and lighter until sleep takes you too. Deep beneath the restless waves, far from the noise of ports and busy shores, the shipwrecks lie scattered like forgotten pages of a long, boring history for sleep. No maps can mark them all. No diver can find every splintered beam or rusted nail. They drift through time, buried under layers of silt and salt, wrapped in stories that no one really remembers anymore. Some were great merchant ships, sails full of wind, decks echoing with footsteps and orders shouted into the wind. Some were tiny fishing boats, holding nothing but simple hopes of families waiting ashore. But all of them ended the same, caught by storms or rocks or moments of terrible silence when the ocean simply opened up and swallowed them whole. You can picture the planks splitting as the water pours in, the creaking wood bending under the weight of waves. Barrels of goods tumbling, crates floating for a moment before sinking like stones. A single lantern swinging in the flood, until its light flickers out in the deep dark. Now, centuries later, the sea has made these wrecks part of itself. Barnacles have claimed the masts. Coral creeps along rails once polished by sailors' hands. Fish weave between broken ribs of wood like children playing hide-and-seek among old bones. There is no rush here. No tide hurries the wrecks back to the surface. They rest in the hush of the water, hidden from sunlight, guarded by layers of sand that shift slowly, covering and uncovering the same shapes over and over again. Sometimes, a diver finds a piece, a coin, a cup, a scrap of cloth turned to threads. They bring it to the surface, hold it under the sun, and wonder who touched it last. But the ocean always keeps the real story below, where it cannot be disturbed. It is just another piece of boring history for sleep, heavy with salt, light as a drifting dream. So as you breathe here with me tonight, imagine yourself sinking down to, weightless, calm, floating through cold water that feels like a gentle blanket. You drift past anchors tangled in weeds, past doorways that lead to cabins filled with nothing but darkness, and you feel safe, because here, nothing can hurry you, nothing can break your rest. The shipwrecks will keep sleeping, and so will you. Breathe slow, stay soft. This ocean holds every story you no longer need to carry. It will hold you too, until the waves above grow quiet, and the dreams waiting for you rise like bubbles through the dark. Far below the surface, deeper than any light can reach, the water becomes colder, thicker, heavier, and the shipwrecks lie there, pressed into the ocean floor like quiet footprints left by time itself. It is here that history feels the most boring, the most forgotten, perfect for sleep, perfect for letting go. You can imagine each plank, each nail, each torn scrap of canvas wrapped in drifting sand. Sometimes the current uncovers a rusted anchor, only to bury it again the next day. The sea is patient. It is a keeper of secrets too heavy for the world above. Long ago, sailors would carve their names into the wood, hoping perhaps that if the ship went down, their name would float somewhere safe. But the ocean does not carry names. It erases them slowly, peeling letters away with salt and time. What is left behind is softer than memory, a hollow space where stories used to be. Picture the inside of an old captain's cabin, doors swollen shut from years underwater. Maps curl on the table, ink long washed away. A single bottle rocks back and forth with the current, tapping gently against the rotting wall. No footsteps echo here. No voices call orders or sing songs to break the silence. Outside, the masts lean sideways, wrapped in weeds like green ribbons. Tiny fish slip through the gaps where sunlight used to glow between sails. Crabs hide under fallen beams, moving only when they want, never in a rush. Everything down here is slow. Everything down here understands how to wait. Sometimes divers drop down, bubbles rising like silver coins, hoping to find treasure. But the real treasure is this hush, this soft, boring history for sleep. Too quiet to disturb. What they find are broken dishes, rotted rope, a few coins that once promised riches, but now buy nothing at all. If you listen closely, you can almost hear the old decks creak under your breath. The wood shifts, the waves press in, the sand dances over the wrecks like a blanket that never stops moving. And through all of it, you float, weightless, drifting, wrapped in the same gentle silence. The deeper you sink, the softer your thoughts become. Every worry you brought with you stays behind, fading like footprints washed away by the tide. The shipwrecks sleep. The sea hums above them. And you, drifting beside these forgotten bones, belong to this same slow world now. Stay here as long as you like. Breathe in, breathe out. Let this boring history for sleep hold you, while the waves whisper stories that never need to be finished. Deeper still, where even the oldest wrecks have grown roots in the sand, the sea holds stories that no one will ever read. They rest side by side, each ship a page half written, a line left hanging, drifting into silence. This is where history becomes nothing more than a soft hum, a boring history for sleep, patient and calm. You can picture it if you like. Rows of cannons half buried in silt, their mouths open, pointing at nothing but darkness. An old wooden wheel lies sideways, its spokes split and softened by the salt. Ropes, once thick and strong, now drift like loose threads in the slow current. It is all so still, so simple, so far from the storms that once tore these ships apart. Long ago, the decks would groan under heavy crates of spices, cloth, or gold. Sailors' boots would scuff the planks, voices would argue, laugh, sing, but now, all that remains is the quiet click of crabs, crawling across iron nails, the gentle sway of seaweed that wraps around splintered beams. No one rushes here, no one needs to speak. Time itself seems to slow, each second stretching into a minute, each minute into an hour. And you, drifting alongside these wrecks, feel that same softness wrap around your thoughts. Imagine swimming past a grand dining room, the ceiling half caved in, a chair still standing, tilted in a way that makes you wonder who sat there last. The plates have turned to shards, the silverware lies scattered like tiny bones on the ocean floor. A wine bottle, corked and untouched, waits in the corner, its glass clouded by years in the dark. Outside the broken windows, schools of tiny fish flicker like sparks of light. They weave through narrow doorways and empty frames, never stopping, never worrying about the world above. They know this place is safe, a secret tucked under layers of sand and water. And so, this shipwreck sleeps. The ocean breathes through its broken walls. Sand drifts in through the gaps, covers what was once important, erases what no longer matters. Every storm, every wave, every lost name, they become just another line in the sea's long, boring story. You too are part of it now. Your thoughts drift with the current. Your breath moves like the tide, in and out, slow and steady. This boring history for sleep is not here to hold you back. It is here to carry you deeper, away from the noise that waits on the surface. So stay among these sleeping ships. Feel the hush of the deep water around you, the softness of the sand below, the gentle weight of forgotten time above your head. And when your eyes grow heavy, know that the ocean keeps every secret safe. It will hold you as it holds these wrecks, quiet, calm, and never alone. Somewhere deeper still, where sunlight has long forgotten how to reach, the shipwrecks become something almost dreamlike. Shapes half buried, half drifted away, leaving only shadows behind. They lie so far down that the ocean seems to press around them like a blanket, tucking every broken beam into the soft bed of the sea. And in this hush that has lasted centuries, the story of each wreck turns into just another page in this endless, boring history for sleep. Imagine one ship, once grand and proud, its hull painted bright, its sails white as clouds. Back then, it carried spices wrapped in cloth, gold coins locked in chests, and letters from lovers waiting across the sea. The crew laughed on deck, sang to the wind, and watched the sun rise and set with hope in their hearts. But the ocean is patient, and sometimes it is hungry. One stormy night, when the winds grew too strong and the waves too tall, the ship's bright paint peeled away in splinters. The sails ripped like paper, barrels rolled and cracked, gold scattered across the deck like lost stars. And then, with a groan and a shudder, the ocean pulled it down where no voice could call for help. Now, centuries later, the gold has no shine. Coins lie scattered in the sand, covered by slow layers of silt. If a diver finds one, it feels cold and empty in the hand, a piece of treasure that cannot buy a way back to the surface, nor return any of the lives lost that night. The ship's figurehead, once carved as a beautiful maiden, still watches the endless dark. Though her face is softened by barnacles and coral blooms, fish drift past her eyes without care. Sometimes a ray of light slips down just enough to touch her for a moment, then fades away again like a dream you can't hold. Deeper inside the wreck, you can picture a hallway of doors that will never open again. Inside one small cabin, a sailor's trunk sits wedged in a corner, swollen shut from years underwater. Perhaps it holds a letter that was never sent, or a pocket watch that stopped ticking the moment the ship sank. No one knows. No one needs to know. The ocean has decided to keep those secrets for itself. And you, floating in this hush, can feel how safe it is to let go too. Up above, the surface world is always busy. Winds blow, storms come and go, people hurry from place to place. But down here, nothing hurries, nothing demands your name, nothing asks you to carry stories that are too heavy. Instead, the water wraps around you, cool and calm. Your breath moves in slow waves. Your mind drifts past broken masts and rusted anchors, past barrels turned to driftwood, past dreams that never made it home. This is your place now, if only for a while. A place to drift beside this boring history for sleep, to be a guest in a world where time does not push you forward, and the only sound is the heartbeat of the sea. So breathe deeper. Let your eyes grow heavier. Let your thoughts sink like coins through the dark. The shipwrecks will stay with you, sleeping beneath the waves. And you can sleep too, safe in their quiet company. Farther and deeper still, where the pressure of the water holds every secret close, the shipwrecks rest like sunken memories. They are more than wood and iron now. They are quiet reminders that everything once loud and proud can fall silent, given enough time. And here, in this hush, they become another chapter in this endless, boring history for sleep. Picture one wreck settled against a slope of sand, tilted just enough that parts of its hull peek out like old bones after a long rain. The beams bend and twist, softened by decades of salt, but they hold steady, refusing to crumble completely. Small schools of fish slip between the ribs of the ship, safe among the shadows where no bigger predator comes. Inside, an old cargo hold yawns open. Crates burst apart, their contents long spoiled and scattered. Cloth has rotted to threads, paper has melted into mush, that the ocean reclaims piece by piece. A single broken barrel drifts near the ceiling, held in place by strands of seaweed that wrap around it like careful hands. If you drift close enough, you can imagine hearing the soft creak of wood shifting, a memory of how the ship once swayed above waves, not below them. Once, these same walls echoed with footsteps. Men carried barrels up and down. Voices shouted orders. Lanterns swung with every roll of the tide. Now, no footsteps come. The only movements are the small pulses of water, squeezing through open doorways, the gentle flick of a fish's tail as it disappears around a corner, the dance of silt rising when something brushes the floor. Deeper still, near the stern, you might find the captain's quarters, the doorway half collapsed under the weight of years. Inside, the furniture is splintered, the bed frame twisted, a single candle holder rusted and tipped onto its side. No flame has flickered here for so long that the darkness feels thick, like a blanket. It is an emptiness that asks nothing of you, a place where you can breathe slowly, without thought of tomorrow. Outside the wreck, the ocean holds the shape of the ship like a parent holding a child long after they've fallen asleep. Sand drifts over the deck, then slips away again with the tides. New coral finds a home on the rails, blooming where salt has carved patterns no hand could design. And you, floating here in this cold and endless dark, are part of the story too. The boring history for sleep welcomes you. No questions, no demands, just the hush of the deep sea and the promise that down here, you are free to rest. Above, the waves still move, ships still cross the surface, storms still come and go. But down here, the shipwrecks teach you that not everything must keep going forward. Some things are meant to sink, to settle, to become quiet reminders that stillness is not the same as being lost. So breathe with the wrecks tonight. Let your thoughts wander through narrow passageways, past broken doors and empty chests. Feel the hush in your chest, a gentle weight that keeps you anchored, yet lets you drift wherever you need to go. The shipwrecks will not leave. They will stay, always sleeping beneath the waves, keeping your secrets as they keep their own. And in this hush, you are safe, wrapped in this soft, boring history for sleep, until your dreams carry you even deeper now, where the cold feels like a second skin. The shipwrecks lose their sharp edges. What was once clear and solid blurs at the edges, softened by time and layers of drifting silt. They become shapes in the dark, shadows of forgotten journeys, woven into the ocean's never-ending boring history for sleep. Picture drifting closer to an old cargo vessel, its deck half buried under dunes of pale sand. The railings have fallen away in places, like ribs exposed to the sea's careful touch. You might see the faint outline of a hatch, its hinges locked in place by decades of rust. If you slip inside, you find a hold where barrels once stacked up to the ceiling. Now only a few remain. Broken rings of iron, staves of wood warped and twisted by salt. Fish flit through these hollow circles, weaving their own quiet trails where once sailors strained to lift each load by hand. In a corner, an old lantern lies on its side, its glass cracked like a spider's web. No flame has glowed here for longer than any human can remember. But sometimes, when a ray of light drifts down from far above, the broken glass catches it, bending it like a dream that never quite makes sense. You might drift through narrow passageways, brushing past beams covered in thin veils of sea moss. Each turn reveals another small room, a cabin with a bed frame rusted to the floor, a chest split wide with nothing inside, a window looking out into pure darkness. Outside, the world keeps moving. Currents drift by, slow and gentle, sometimes carrying small bits of the past. A scrap of rope, a shard of pottery, a nail freed from its plank. They dance through the water for a while, then settle again, buried in the seabed, until the ocean decides to lift them once more. There is no hurry down here. No storms press these wrecks to wake. No diver can steal every secret. What the ocean keeps, it keeps well. and each piece becomes just another line in this long, boring history for sleep. Sometimes, a whale's song echoes through the deep. It vibrates through broken masts and open doorways, stirring grains of sand, making a lantern rattle faintly against a wall. Then, as quickly as it comes, the sound fades, leaving the hush deeper than before. And you, drifting among these echoes, feel smaller and safer all at once. Your worries seem too loud for this place, so the sea takes them from you one by one until you are as light as a bubble rising slowly through the dark. Breathe in the quiet. Breathe out the noise. Imagine your body resting against the cold wood of the deck, your heartbeat matching the slow pulse of the tide. Above you, waves break and crash, storms gather and fade, but none of it touches you here. Here you are part of the deep, drifting with shipwrecks that ask nothing of you, that promise nothing but this hush, this gentle weight of water, this promise that you can sleep as long as you need. Stay here tonight. Let the boring history for sleep wrap around you, like the sand that covers the wrecks, like the dark that folds into every broken beam. And know that in this endless, quiet sea, you are never alone. Farther still into the deep, where the water grows so dark it feels almost endless, the shipwrecks become part of the ocean's bones. They settle into the seabed like old secrets too tired to rise again, threads in the ocean's quiet, boring history for sleep, too soft for the world above to remember. Imagine drifting beside the remains of a once mighty frigate. Its hull leans on its side, half buried by shifting dunes of sand that come and go with the currents. Planks crack gently when the tide shifts, but never enough to break completely. Just a tired groan, like an old house settling at night. Near the bow, the figurehead still clings to the ship's frame. Time and salt have blurred its face, but you can almost see the faint shape of a woman carved into the wood. Hair flowing behind her, arms reaching forward, forever chasing a horizon she will never find. Tiny crabs crawl across her shoulders, pausing in the grooves left by the carver's chisel centuries ago. Inside the lower deck is a maze of shadows. You might pass through a small room where hammocks once swung between beams, each one a resting place for a sailor dreaming of land. Now the ropes have rotted away, but the beams remain, wrapped in thin strands of algae that move when you drift too close. A broken chest sits against a far wall, its hinges rusted open. Inside, coins lie scattered like dull stars, their edges soft from the slow rub of silt. Once these coins promised new lives, new adventures. Now they are just heavy pieces of a story no one needs to finish. Above the deck, the mast rises like a skeleton arm, stripped of sails and rope. Fish flicker around it, darting in and out of small cracks where the wood has split. They do not wonder what came before. They do not care for the maps, the voyages, the storms that once howled across these planks. Outside the wreck, the seafloor stretches out in gentle ripples. Here and there, other pieces of old ships peek through the sand. A splintered wheel, a fallen anchor, the faint curve of a hull worn almost flat. Each one is another piece of the ocean's patient story, another line in this soft, boring history for sleep. Sometimes a current stirs the sand enough to reveal something hidden. A porcelain cup, a button from a sailor's coat, a spoon still waiting on a long-forgotten table. But soon enough, the sand drifts back, covering it again, as if the ocean changed its mind about sharing. And you, floating among all these relics, feel yourself sinking too. Not in fear, but in surrender. There is no rush to the surface, no need to bring these secrets up into the noisy air above. Here, under all that weight, everything becomes simple, slow, soft. Your breath moves like the tide, gentle in, gentle out. Your thoughts spread out like sand across the deck. Your heartbeat quiets to match the pulse of the deep. The shipwrecks sleep. The ocean hums its low lullaby. And the longer you stay, the more you feel how safe it is to let go. So stay. Let this boring history for sleep fold around you like a blanket of dark water. Let the currents carry your dreams into every empty cabin, every hollow hold, every secret chamber locked behind salt and time. In this place, you are never alone. The shipwrecks sleep beneath the waves, and tonight they keep you company, quiet and calm, until your mind drifts deeper still. Down here, deeper than most dare to dream, the shipwrecks drift closer to becoming one with the sea. They are no longer just broken wood and iron. They are shapes woven into the fabric of the ocean's slow, boring history for sleep. resting where even the strongest currents move like whispers. Picture an old brigantine, its twin masts broken off halfway, leaning gently against a ridge of rock. The rock holds it steady, like an old friend keeping it from drifting farther into the dark. The sails, long since rotted, have left behind only scraps, thin as paper, that flutter when a lazy current passes through. Inside the hold is a forest of shadows and drifting sand. A row of barrels lies cracked open, empty except for shells that have made small homes in the hollows. A wooden crate, stamped with a symbol no one remembers now, is half buried in a corner, its contents lost to the salt and time. Up on the deck, beams creak when the water shifts. Tiny fish gather under the splintered planks, safe in the soft dark. Sometimes, if you listen hard enough, you might imagine a soft knocking, like a door that wants to swing open but never does. The captain's cabin still clings to the stern, walls leaning inward like tired shoulders. In the walls, the air feels thicker, as if it holds the ghosts of all the quiet conversations that once filled this room. An overturned chair rests near a desk swollen by water. A quill lies broken across a blank sheet of paper, ink long vanished, words never written. Above this ghostly room, the sea presses down, layer upon layer of cold, heavy water that keeps every secret safe. No storm can tear these walls apart now. No diver can lift every memory from the floorboards. The ocean has decided which stories it will keep, and which ones will sink deeper still. If you drift beyond the wreck, the seabed stretches out like a plain of pale sand, dotted with bits of old ships. A lonely anchor half buried, a coil of rope turned to threads, a glass bottle trapped between two rocks. Each piece belongs to this place now. Nothing special, nothing urgent, just a tiny part of this endless, boring history for sleep. Sometimes, in the distance, a shadow passes by. Maybe a shark, maybe a whale, maybe just a cloud of silt stirred by a wandering current. They pay no mind to the wrecks or the secrets buried here. To them, it is just another part of the deep, another fold in the ocean's endless hush. And you, floating beside all of this, feel your own thoughts loosen like knots untied by gentle hands. There is nothing to fix here, nothing to remember, nothing that demands you stay awake. Your breath drifts out, slow and soft. Your mind wanders through empty cabins, across decks grown quiet, down stairways that lead nowhere but deeper into dark. This is where you can rest, side by side with the shipwrecks, safe beneath the waves. So breathe slow, let your eyelids grow heavy. Let this boring history for sleep hold you, layer by layer, like the ocean holds these ships. Steady, quiet, forgotten by the noise above. In this darkness, you are free to drift wherever you need. The shipwrecks will never wake, and tonight, neither must you. Not until your dreams are ready to rise, like bubbles finding their way back to the light. This is where it ends, or maybe where it simply settles, the way the shipwrecks themselves have settled, deep under layers of salt and silence. Down here, at the furthest reach of the sea's cold embrace, the broken ships become more than just wood and rust. They become part of the ocean's breathing, a hush that stretches through centuries, carrying each forgotten story deeper and deeper into this boring history for sleep. Imagine floating above them now, your mind drifting like a pale light through the dark. You can almost see how the wrecks connect, not by ropes or chains anymore, but by the same soft blanket of sand that wraps them all together. A bow here, a mast there, a wheel lying alone, half buried but never completely lost. Somewhere among these shadows, a single door swings open with the current. Behind it, only darkness, only water, only silence. No footsteps will ever echo there again. No captain's voice will call orders. No crew will gather on deck to watch the sun rise above the endless blue. The ocean holds them now. It holds each coin that slipped from a sailor's pocket as the waves claim the deck. It holds each letter that never reached its destination, ink blurred into nothing. It holds each hope that once pushed these ships forward, now dissolved into salt and sand. Above, storms still come and go. Ships still sail, voices still shout across the deck. New voyages begin every day. But here, under all that weight, time forgets itself. There is no day or night, no wind or rain, only the steady hush that never stops, the quiet that knows how to keep you safe. You might picture yourself drifting through one last hallway, beams above your head, Doorways cracked open, the floor littered with bits of a world that never found its way home. There, among the shadows, a single lantern sits where someone left it long ago. No flame will ever light it again, but it stays, waiting, as if it understands that some things never need to burn to give you warmth. Outside, the seafloor breathes. A slow tide that moves sand across decks, buries one story, uncovers another. Coral grows like tiny gardens on every splintered plank. Fish nestle into gaps where light has no reason to shine. And everything waits, patient, still. This is what it means to belong to the deep. You too belong here now, at least for tonight. Your thoughts settle like silt on the hulls, each worry slipping away into the hush. Your breath moves with the tide, in, out, so slow it feels like the ocean itself has taken over, carrying you further away from the noise above. There is nothing left for you to do, nothing to remember, nothing to fix or finish. The boring history for sleep has done its work, each line a soft anchor that keeps you from drifting back to the surface too soon. So close your eyes, if you haven't already. Let the shipwrecks keep watch over you, the way they watch over each other. Let the deep sea cradle you in its calm darkness, its hush wrapping around you like a promise that no storm will ever reach this far. When you wake again, the waves will still be there, the ships will still sleep, and the ocean will still know every story you left behind, folded into the sand, safe beneath the waves. Rest now, sleep well, and let this boring history for sleep carry you all the way through the night, where the shipwrecks sleep, and you do too. Are you still awake? Or are you already drifting somewhere soft and warm? I'm here, like an old friend beside you, just to remind you it's okay to let go for a while. This is another piece of boring history for sleep, made to help you close your eyes, to help your thoughts grow quiet, to help you drift where you need to go. Adjust your blanket, find your calm breath, and let the hush wrap around you like a soft wave. Tonight, let's wander back to a place almost forgotten. A place they call the village that froze in time. In a far corner of the world, hidden among low hills and tangled forests, there once stood a small village that never seemed to move forward. Long before you or I were born, families built their wooden homes here, gathered around fires, spoke in low voices as the wind swept through empty fields. At first, it was a place full of promise. Children ran down narrow paths, goats and sheep grazed on rough grass, smoke rose gently from stone chimneys at dusk. Time seemed soft then, each day a quiet echo of the one before, each season slipping by without hurry. But winters here were long, and the cold had a way of stealing the village's warmth. Some say one year the frost came early, wrapping every rooftop, every window, every door frame in a layer of ice so thick it held the village still, like a snow globe turned upside down, then forgotten on a shelf. Inside the tiny cottages, fires burned low. Wood piles shrank to nothing. Bread turned hard as stone on old wooden tables. The people waited for the thaw, but the thaw never truly came. Travelers who pass by, though few ever do, say that when they stand at the village's edge, they can feel the hush before they even step inside. Houses lean into the wind, shutters frozen half-closed, boots left by doorways dusted in frost, no matter the month. Some believe the village froze because the people refused to leave. They loved the land too much, or feared what lay beyond the hills. Others whisper that it was time itself that stopped, that the ticking of clocks grew so faint under the snow that eventually it simply vanished. Now, if you wander through these silent streets in your mind, you'll see shapes in windows that look like shadows of those who once sat by the fire, hands wrapped around mugs that have long gone cold. Chairs rest near hearths that will never burn again. Old tools lean against walls, waiting for work that will never come. The snow holds them all, as gentle and heavy as sleep. The village doesn't complain. It knows how to stay still, how to hold each secret in walls that creak only when the wind dares to push too hard. And you, drifting here tonight, feel your breath match the hush, your mind slipping into this boring history for sleep, your eyes growing heavier as the frost settles on every worry you carried in. In this village, nothing hurries. Nothing must be done. You can stay as long as you like, among frozen roofs and quiet lanes, until you too become part of a place that never needs to move forward again. Wander deeper now, into the heart of the village, where the snow sits thicker on rooftops and the wind whistles through narrow gaps between old wooden planks. Here, time does not just stand still. It feels folded, layered like blankets tucked around an old bed that no one has disturbed for years. Each flake of frost holds a memory, pressed into place by the weight of quiet winters long forgotten. Imagine stepping into a cottage near the square. The door creaks open, slow and careful, as if even it knows not to wake the silence too roughly. Inside, the air is cold enough to sting your nose, yet soft enough that your breath drifts out like mist, curling around rafters heavy with icicles. An old rocking chair sits beside a stone hearth, its seat covered in a thin layer of snow blown in through cracks in the wall. It rocks just a little when the wind sighs back and forth, a motion so gentle it feels like the heartbeat of the house itself, steady, patient, unwilling to rush. On a shelf, glass jars stand in neat rows, lids frozen shut. Inside, you can almost see the shapes of berries gathered long ago, now shriveled and dark, preserved not by care, but by the endless cold. A woolen blanket drapes over a narrow bed, its corners stiff with frost, a pillow indented where someone once laid their head to dream of spring. Outside the window, the village square is a circle of snow marked by footprints that never melt. They crisscross from house to house, a trail of children playing, mothers carrying baskets, fathers hauling logs to feed the fires that slowly lost their fight against the deep freeze. Some say if you stand still enough, you can hear voices in the wind, a laugh carried down the alleyway, a door latch clicking, a kettle's whistle caught between then and now. But when you listen closer, there is only the hush of snow falling, the creak of beams under its weight, the endless hush of this boring history for sleep. No one comes to visit here anymore. Roads leading in are buried half the year, paths marked only by the ghosts of old fence posts poking out of the drifts. Travelers who lose their way sometimes find themselves at the village edge, breath misting, heart beating fast. But when they step closer, a calm settles over them like the frost. They say even your thoughts slow down here. Your worries feel too loud for this place. So they fade under the snow, buried beneath rooftops and windows that remember every story but choose never to speak it aloud. You too can leave your noise behind. You can stand by that rocking chair, trace a finger along the icy windowsill, and feel your mind drift with the wind that circles the cottages. Each breath you take is another step deeper into this hush, another moment you let go of clocks, calendars, all the things that pull you forward when you want only to rest. Here in the village that froze in time, you are part of its quiet now. Another shadow in a window, another footstep in the snow that will never melt away. Breathe slow. Let the boring history for sleep keep you warm in its cold embrace. There is no rush here. There never was. Deeper into the village you drift now, past wooden fences buried in drifts so high they look like the ridges of a sleeping giant under a blanket of snow. Beyond the first row of cottages, you find narrow lanes that twist and turn, always leading you to corners where time feels thinner, as if it's been folded over and over until nothing moves at all. One path brings you to what was once the village workshop. A single lantern hangs by the door, its glass frosted white, its wick long dry, yet it sways ever so slightly when the wind pushes through the alley. Inside, the air is thick with dust and old cold, a hush that clings to the walls, to the tools that lie scattered on the bench, to the wooden shavings frozen mid-curl on the floor. An iron stove squats in the corner, its door cracked open, a pile of ash inside that never got swept away. A hammer rests beside an anvil, its handle darkened by hands that haven't touched it for decades. Nails, hinges, old horseshoes, all wait, rusted and quiet, like bones of an old dream left behind. In the far corner, a single window lets in a blade of pale light, so thin and weak it does nothing to warm the air. Snow has pressed against the glass from the outside, forming patterns like white flowers that never bloom. You might imagine someone standing here once, looking out at the square, hoping for a traveler to appear over the rise, but no footprints ever came. If you stand still enough, you can almost hear the last echoes of the hammer striking iron, the hiss of metal cooled in a water barrel now frozen solid. But these sounds fade quickly, swallowed by the hush that lives in every board and beam. This is not a place for noise anymore. It has settled instead into its own slow breathing, just another line in this quiet, boring history for sleep. Back outside, you follow a narrow trail that curves past the workshop toward the old well at the village's center. The stones that ring it are caked in ice, their edges softened by years of frost. A wooden bucket, rope still attached, hangs just above the frozen mouth, forever waiting to be lowered, forever empty. Once, children would gather here, pulling up water so cold it burned their hands before it could be heated over the fire. They would laugh when the bucket slipped, splashing them all, their voices echoing across the square. Now there is no laughter, only the creak of the rope shifting in the wind, the snowflakes drifting down to settle inside the well's dark throat. Above the village, the sky stays heavy with low clouds, the kind that promise more snow but never hurry to let it fall. They hang like an old blanket, pressing every sound flat, turning even the loudest thoughts into quiet shapes that fade if you don't hold them too tightly. You breathe in this hush, this frozen time, and feel your own edges soften. What felt sharp before, the noise, the rush, the need to do, slips away under the snow. Each step you take becomes lighter, each thought slower, each worry buried like a forgotten footprint in a drift that no sun will ever melt. This is what the village gives you. A place to rest where nothing demands your name. A place where stories are wrapped in frost and never forced to reach an ending. A place where you, too, can freeze the world around you, just long enough to sleep. So breathe slow. Let the boring history for sleep cradle you tonight, as this village that froze in time opens its doors to your dreams, soft, white, endless, and safe. Now you wander farther, past the well, through narrow paths buried under snow so deep it feels like you're walking through a corridor carved in white. Every footstep you imagine makes no sound. The snow swallows it before it can echo. It is here, in these small winding alleys, that the village holds its oldest stories. Tales so quiet they can only be told by frost. On your left, an old schoolhouse leans against the weight of winter. Its wooden roof sags gently, like an old man bowing to time. The windows are thick with frost, making it impossible to see inside. But you can almost sense the faint shape of tiny desks lined in crooked rows, each one waiting for a child who never returned. If you listen close, you might hear the ghost of a chalk scraping against a blackboard, a lesson left unfinished when the cold crept in through the walls. A coat still hangs on a rusty hook by the door, small, woolen, the sleeves stiff and frozen in place. Boots sit below it, dusted in snow that never melts. No footsteps mark the path away from the schoolhouse. No parents came to gather the children. No fires burned hot enough to keep them warm. It is said the teacher stayed long after the last voice fell silent, sitting at a tiny desk, watching the snow fall until the snow found its way inside and covered her too. You move on, letting the wind guide you through a broken gate behind the school. There you find a small garden, or what's left of it. Rows of wooden stakes poking through the drifts, like brittle ribs beneath a pale blanket. In spring, they once held beans, squash, and carrots. Hands worked this soil every day, pulling weeds, whispering thanks for every small sprout that pushed its way up. Now, the earth is sealed under ice so hard it would take a pickaxe to break through. Roots sleep deep below, held tight by the cold, never rotting, never waking. A watering can lies on its side near an old stone wall, its handle fused to the ground by a twist of frost. Beyond the garden, you see a shed, its door half open, hinges creaking when the wind sighs. Inside, tools lean against the walls, a spade with a cracked handle, a wooden rake with 3 teeth missing, an old wheelbarrow turned on its side. They look ready to be used, but know they never will be. Sometimes travelers who pass through whisper that they feel eyes on them here, but not in a way that frightens. It's as if the village itself watches gently, hoping you might stay long enough to understand that there is peace in standing still, in letting the world freeze around you until you no longer feel its pull. And you, standing here among the frozen rows and sleeping roots, feel your thoughts grow quiet. The rush you carried in your chest melts like snowflakes on warm skin. Your breath joins the hush, a cloud that drifts up and disappears into the gray sky above. Nothing moves here without permission. Nothing wakes without need. This garden, this shed, this little corner of a forgotten place, they ask nothing of you except to rest, to breathe, to sink into this boring history for sleep, where no clock can chase you. Stay a while longer. Let the frost settle into your shoulders, your eyelids, your thoughts. Let the village that froze in time hold you the way it holds its quiet roots. Patient, soft, waiting for no spring to come. Beyond the garden and the old shed, the path bends once more, winding between cottages that huddle close together as if sharing warmth they no longer have. Their roofs sag under heavy snow, chimneys stand silent, no wisps of smoke curling into the cold air, just a row of houses frozen in place, held still by the hush of years gone by. One cottage stands a little apart, its door leaning open on rusty hinges. A wooden sign swings above the frame, so worn by time that only faint letters remain. But if you look closely, you can just make out the word bakery. Imagine how long ago the scent of bread and sweet rolls would drift down these lanes each morning, wrapping the village in a warmth no winter could steal. Step inside and you find the oven, a squat brick giant pressed against the back wall. Its mouth gapes open, ashes scattered on the hearth like gray snow. A row of wooden shelves lines the room, their surfaces dusted in flour that drifted down one night and never moved again. A wicker basket rests on a table, half filled with loaves turned hard as stone. Tiny mouse tracks run across the floor, disappearing under a low counter, a memory of life that once darted through this place, even as the frost closed in from all sides. Beside the oven, a small stool waits, the seat worn smooth by countless mornings spent kneading dough, shaping rolls, tending to a fire that now sleeps cold and still. You can almost see the baker's hands, rough, strong, moving with care, a rhythm passed from parent to child, until the final winter came and stopped the kneading forever. Outside the bakery window, the village square sits silent under a blanket of snow. An old well stands at its center, and beside it, a wooden bench leans slightly, one leg sinking deeper each year into the frozen earth. Sometimes, the wind carries the faint echo of voices, children giggling, boots crunching fresh snow, neighbors calling to one another as they gather bread for the day. But the voices fade quickly, muffled by the hush that wraps this village like a thick quilt. No one calls across the square now. No footsteps hurry home with warm loaves in hand. There is only the slow drift of snowflakes, the soft groan of timber beams settling under weight they no longer fight. Step back outside and follow the lane that curls behind the bakery. You'll find a line of barrels, once used to collect rainwater. Now each barrel holds only frozen rings, layers of ice stacked like the rings inside an ancient tree, each ring marking a season that came and went while the village held its breath. Travelers who find this place sometimes stand very still, listening for the heartbeat of a place that forgot how to move. They say the hush seeps into their bones, slows their thoughts, softens their breath until they feel almost like shadows themselves. And you, wandering here tonight, feel that same quiet sinking into you too. Every worry grows heavy like snow clinging to a roof. Every plan melts away under the weight of frost. In this village that froze in time, nothing asks you to be more than a ghost drifting through old lanes, past barrels of ice, beneath windows that no longer hold the glow of firelight. So breathe slower now. Let this boring history for sleep hold you. Gentle, patient, unchanging. Let the village whisper its cold comfort through every creaking door, every icy path, every crumb of bread turned to stone. And know that here, among these frozen walls and silent rooms, you are exactly where you need to be. Still, safe, and free to rest as long as you wish. Farther down the lane behind the bakery, the snow drifts higher, curling around fence posts that stand like silent sentinels in the night. They mark the edge of what was once the village's orchard, rows of apple trees that long ago blossomed in the brief warmth between winters. Now their branches reach out like brittle fingers, each one coated in frost so thick it gleams silver when the moon peeks through the clouds. Step between these trees, and you can almost hear the soft rustle of leaves that no longer grow. Beneath the snow, the roots twist deep into frozen earth, holding secrets that will never thaw. In the springtime that never comes, villagers would gather here, children climbing low limbs, mothers filling baskets with fruit that tasted sweet as hope. A wooden ladder leans forgotten against one trunk, its rungs stiff with ice, its sides half swallowed by snow. It looks ready to be climbed, yet no footsteps mark the path to its base. No hands reach for apples that do not hang heavy anymore. Near the orchard's edge, a small shed slouches under the weight of the years. Its door stands ajar, a drift of snow creeping in across the threshold. Inside, woven baskets lie stacked in corners, some tipped over, a few still holding the shriveled remains of last season's harvest. Apples turned hard and brown, seeds sleeping inside like tiny hearts that will never wake. A tin pail sits beside a cracked barrel, the metal rim white with frost. A rusty spade leans against the wall, handle wrapped in twine that's stiff and cold to the touch. It's easy to picture someone standing here once, sleeves rolled up, breath clouding the air, wiping sweat from a brow as they worked before the freeze came creeping back. Outside, a thin fence circles the orchard, its wooden slats leaning at odd angles where the snow has pushed them down year after year. Some boards lie buried altogether, leaving gaps that open onto fields stretching beyond. Fields that once shimmered green, but now wear only a quiet white coat that never melts away. Beyond the fence, the hills rise gently, blanketed in drifts that catch the moonlight like frozen waves. There is a hush here so complete it seeps into your bones. A hush that tells you this is a place that no longer wants the sun to break through, a place content to rest under its blanket of frost. Travelers who find this orchard sometimes stand by the fence, fingertips brushing the icy wood, wondering what it would feel like to climb that ladder, to bite into an apple still warm from the tree. But the thought slips away as quickly as it comes, melting into the hush that asks them to stay quiet, to listen instead to the snow's slow breathing. And you standing here tonight, feel that same breathing settle in your chest. Your thoughts curl like roots under the snow. Your worries stiffen and break like twigs under frost. You understand that nothing needs to bloom here. Not now, not tonight. This is just another corner of the village's boring history for sleep. Another quiet place that asks nothing from you except to be still, to let the hush hold you, to rest among branches that will never bud again. So breathe slow. Let your mind drift between the trees, through the shed, over the fence, and out into the soft white hills beyond. Let the orchard that froze in time remind you how gentle it feels to be forgotten for a while, safe, silent, and untouched by the noise of seasons that rush by too fast. Here, in the village that sleeps beneath its own snow, you can stay as long as you wish. No footsteps to follow, no harvest to gather, just the hush, the frost, and your dreams drifting like snowflakes that never melt away. Beyond the orchard, where the fence sags into the white drifts, a narrow trail curves toward the old mill, the last standing sentinel at the village's edge. Its wooden wheel, once turned by the soft push of a gentle stream, now sits frozen solid, rim glazed in a thick crust of ice that catches the faint glow of moonlight like a silver crown. The mill rises tall against the blank sky, its roof burdened by years of snow that never seem to slide off. Small windows blink dark and empty, glass panes rimmed with frost patterns so intricate they look like they were painted by an artist who never stops working. Step closer, and you'll hear only the low creak of beams settling in the cold, a hush so deep it wraps around your shoulders, around your breath, pulling you deeper into this boring history for sleep. Inside, the mill is a kingdom of shadows. The great grinding stones rest side by side, dusted in a powder of flour that drifted here one night long ago and never stirred again. A wooden chute hangs above, its mouth yawning open, waiting for grain that will never pour down its throat again. Scattered across the floor, burlap sacks lean against walls, some torn at the seams, tiny seeds spilled out like frozen raindrops on the old planks. A single lantern hangs from a peg, its oil long gone, its wick stiff and dry, yet it still keeps watch over a place where no flame has flickered for years. If you look up, you might see ropes that once pulled the wheel outside, now limp and stiff with frost. Pulleys sit idle, spokes locked in place by ice. Once these gears turned day and night, feeding the village with bread and hope. Now they sleep, their work long done, their whispers folded into the hush of snow and wood. Sometimes, villagers would gather here on cold mornings, huddled near the warmth of the mill's hearth as they waited for their sacks of flour. Children would chase each other around the great wheel, boots crunching on stray kernels of grain, laughter echoing up into the rafters. Now only the soft creak of wood remains, the echoes buried under layers of quiet so deep they feel like the slow breathing of the building itself. It asks for nothing more than to stand still, to keep its secrets pressed between beams that have forgotten how to sway in the wind. Outside the mill, the stream that once turned the wheel lies buried under a sheet of ice, its trickle trapped in place. It hums faintly when the frost cracks under the moon's pale light, a lullaby for the village that learned how to stop moving without falling apart. Travelers who find their way here say they feel smaller inside the mill's hollow walls. as if the weight of so many winters presses gently on their shoulders, inviting them to sink down, to let the hush seep into their bones. And you, drifting here tonight, feel that same weight, but it is not heavy in a way that hurts. It is heavy like a blanket, like a layer of snow that muffles your steps and your thoughts until they lie still and simple. So breathe slower now. Let your mind circle the grinding stones, brush past sacks of flour that never empty, run a finger along frozen ropes that once pulled the wheel into motion. Let this boring history for sleep remind you that some things are meant to stop, to rest, to hold still for as long as they need. Outside, the village waits. Roofs tucked under snow, windows rimmed with frost, gardens sleeping deep under drifts. Here, at the edge of it all, the old mill watches over every cottage, every orchard, every breath you take. Stay here as long as you wish. Let the hush wrap around you, the cold hold you gentle and quiet. Let the wheel sleep, let the stream sleep, and let yourself drift too. Another secret kept safe beneath the snow. From the old mill, the path winds back through the trees, a ribbon of snow that glows pale under the moon's quiet gaze. Your footsteps leave no mark. Your breath drifts away in wisps that vanish before they touch the bare branches overhead. The deeper you wander, the more the village feels like a story folded in on itself. A place that holds you, hushes you, tucks you under its blanket of frost. Beyond the mill, nestled at the far edge of the village, stands a tiny chapel, its steeple leaning slightly, bell long silent. Walls wrapped in ivy now frozen stiff as wire. Once, its doors opened wide each Sunday morning, the warmth of candles spilling into the square, voices rising in hymn while snow drifted past tall windows. Now the chapel holds only the soft creak of old wood and the faint whisper of wind finding its way through cracks in the walls. Push the door open and it groans gently, a sound that feels more like a sigh than a protest. Inside, rows of benches wait, each one dusted with a fine layer of snow that drifts in through the broken panes of stained glass. Colors that once shimmered in the sun now lie muted on the floor, shards of blue and red glinting like jewels, half buried in white. At the front, the altar stands empty. A single candle sits in an iron holder, its wick frozen into a crooked bend that will never burn again. A Bible, its cover cracked with age, lies open to a page that no breeze ever turns. Words locked in place, stories meant to comfort the living now left behind for the cold to keep. If you stand still enough, you might hear the echo of a prayer whispered into these rafters years ago. A plea for the spring to come, for the cold to break, for the village to wake. But the frost answered with silence, wrapping each word in snow until even the strongest voices drifted away. Step closer to the window and look out over the village from here. Rooftops huddled together, chimneys blanketed in white, the orchard asleep behind the fence, the mill standing guard beside its frozen wheel. Everything is still, everything wrapped in the same hush that cradles you now. Sometimes travelers kneel here, pressing cold hands to the bench, hoping the hush will give them answers. But the village does not speak. It asks for nothing. It promises only this, that in this place, you can leave your noise behind. And you, drifting here tonight, feel that promise settle into your bones. Your thoughts soften like snowflakes on a warm cheek. Your breath slows, a quiet shape that drifts up to the rafters, where no one waits to answer, because no answer is needed. This tiny chapel, this place of whispers and frost, is just another room in this endless, boring history for sleep. Another space that folds around you like a blanket pulled tight at the edges. Step back outside when you are ready. Let the doors sigh shut behind you. Stand for a moment under the steeple, its bell unmoving, its voice long gone. Listen to the hush that hums through the village, across the rooftops, down every path you've walked tonight. Stay as long as you wish. Here, no clock ticks too loud. No storm breaks the snow's patient hold. The village sleeps in your breath, your dreams, your heart. A hush that promises you are safe to drift, safe to rest, safe to let go. Step away from the chapel now, your breath a soft ghost drifting ahead of you as you walk. The snow crunches only in your mind. Out here, every sound is swallowed before it can echo back. The path leads you to the far edge of the village, where the last houses stand watch over fields, long buried under a hush of white. These cottages are smaller than the rest, their roofs bowed low under layers of frost, that glimmer like tiny stars when the moon finds a break in the clouds. Curtains hang behind windows cracked open by time, their fabric frozen in delicate folds that will never flutter again. Imagine stepping inside one of these cottages, a single room warmed by a stone hearth that hasn't known fire for many winters. A pair of boots sits by the door, stiff with age, their leather cracked, a thin drift of snow piled against them as if the wind still tries to coax someone home. In the corner, a small table holds a tin cup, its rim white with frost. Beside it, a bowl sits half filled with seeds meant for birds that never came, or perhaps for a garden that never woke beneath the snow. A quilt lies rumpled on a narrow bed, stitched with care by hands that once moved gently through long nights. The fabric is brittle now, but if you close your eyes, you can almost feel the warmth it once offered, a promise that even the coldest nights could be softened by love, by the simple comfort of sleep. Outside this cottage, the wind drifts low across the empty fields. Long ago, rows of cabbages and potatoes huddled here, green leaves bright against the dark soil. Villagers would bend over their work, dirt under their fingernails, breath clouding the morning air, their laughter carrying across the fields like birdsong. Now, only the memory of rows remains. Faint lines under the snow, a soft reminder that once, life pushed its way up here, stubborn against the frost. Roots still sleep below, tangled deep in the frozen ground, waiting for a spring that never came. Some travelers say that if you stand in these fields at dawn, you might see shadows moving through the mist. Heads bent, hands working, voices humming a song older than any name you know. But when you blink, the shadows fade, and the hush settles back in, folding every sound under its patient weight. And you, standing at the edge of these sleeping fields, feel your own edges soften too. Your breath drifts across the snow, your thoughts lie down beside the frozen roots, your heart slows to match the hush that holds this village in place. This is just another corner of its quiet, boring history for sleep. Another piece of the story that asks nothing more of you than to stand still, to listen to the wind, to let your worries lie buried in the white. Turn back toward the village now, the rooftops clustered close, like old friends sharing warmth they no longer need. Each window, each door, each narrow path holds the same promise, that here you are safe to drift, safe to rest, safe to become a part of the hush that never breaks. So breathe softer now. Let the snow cover your footsteps. Let the frozen fields hold your secrets. And know that this village, this place that froze in time, keeps watch over you as you sleep. A guardian made of frost and whispers, waiting patiently for you to dream. Come back now, back along the winding path that leads you through the orchard's frozen trees, past the old mill that sleeps by its silent wheel, past the chapel that keeps its prayers folded tight beneath its wooden beams. Step gently past the cottages that lean into the hush, rooftops bowed under the snow's patient weight. See how the whole village sits like a dream paused mid-breath, a moment caught between one heartbeat and the next, stretched across winters that never thaw. The doors stay closed, yet nothing feels shut away. The windows stay frosted, yet you can feel every story pressed warm inside the walls, waiting only to be heard by those who listen slow enough. Stand for a while in the village square, where the old well sits wrapped in a crown of ice, the bucket forever waiting to be lowered. Around you, the footprints that once crossed from house to house are softened now, blurred by drifting flakes that fall without sound. The wind circles the square like a soft voice humming a lullaby meant only for you. In your mind, you can wander every corner once more. The bakery with its stone loaves turned to rock, the garden rose sleeping under drifts, the orchard where ladders lean and branches reach for a spring that never comes, the mill's great wheel frozen in place, the chapel's bell forever silent, the last fields where shadows still bend low to tend rows that bloom only in memory. Somewhere in these walls, these fences, these frozen seeds, the village keeps its promise, that here, time asks nothing of you, that here you can drift slow enough to feel your breath slip between the snowflakes, your thoughts curl like roots beneath the frost. The villagers who came before you learned how to settle into the hush. They folded their worries into baskets by the door, left their burdens in footprints the wind now covers each night. They let the frost wrap around them not as a threat, but as a blanket, a gentle weight that holds every dream in place. And you, standing here tonight, feel the same gentle weight. Your eyes grow heavy, under the soft hush of snow falling in your mind. Your thoughts slow to match the quiet creak of beams, the sigh of wind between shutter and glass, the deep, patient breath of a place that never hurries forward. This is your corner of the boring history for sleep. A story too soft to ever be finished, too quiet to ever be forgotten. It waits for you, whenever you need it, to come back down these paths, to rest your footsteps on these frozen fields, to press your hand against a frosted window and see only your reflection smiling back. So close your eyes now. Let the hush press into your chest like snow falling on an old roof. Let the frost soften every thought, every worry, every word you meant to say. Here, the village that froze in time will keep you warm in its own way, not with fire or sun, but with the promise that nothing must move, nothing must wake before you are ready. Rest well tonight. Sleep slow and deep, and know that the village waits. Still, gentle, wrapped in a quiet so complete that even your dreams feel lighter when they wander through its streets, where the snow never melts, where the clock never ticks, where you too can stay exactly as you are, safe beneath the hush of this boring history for sleep. Are you still awake? Or has the hush already found you, wrapped you in its soft arms? I'm here again, like an old friend whispering beside your pillow, reminding you this is just another piece of boring history for sleep. Quiet enough to help you let go, calm enough to help you drift wherever your dreams need you to be. Close your eyes if you wish. Loosen every thought that feels too tight. Breathe in slow and breathe out even slower. Tonight, we'll wander down ancient roads that led nowhere. Long ago, when the world still felt wide and wild, people built roads that stretched across empty plains, tangled forests, and mountains shrouded in mists. These roads carried caravans, pilgrims, wanderers, and kings, all moving forward, hoping to find something that would make the journey worth each heavy step. Some roads led to bustling cities where stone walls rose high and torches flickered above crowded gates. Others found their way to tiny villages tucked into valleys so deep that the sun barely brushed their rooftops each morning. But some roads, the ones we rarely speak of now, simply slipped away into the hills and fields, unfinished and unclaimed. They wound on for miles, each stone laid by hands that dreamed of distant lands, until one day the work stopped. The wagons turned back, the footsteps faded, and the road kept going forward, leading nowhere but deeper into the quiet. If you follow one of these ancient roads tonight in your mind, you'll find it half buried under moss and fallen leaves. Weeds push through the cracks between stones, their roots gripping each gap like tiny fingers refusing to let go. Once carts rumbled over these paths. Horses snorted and stamped their hooves when dusk fell too quickly. Merchants sat by small fires along the roadside, trading stories of cities that glittered like dreams. Now only the wind passes through, tugging at blades of grass, humming across stones that remember footsteps but never complain about being forgotten. Picture a turn in the road that should lead somewhere, a fork that once promised new lands, new chances. Instead, it drifts into a thicket where trees have grown too close together, their branches weaving a gate that no cart can push through. Beyond that tangled arch, the stones grow fewer, then stop altogether, swallowed by dirt and roots, claimed back by a world that never wanted to be carved apart. Some say these roads were abandoned because their builders found something better, something easier. Others whisper they were cursed, that travelers who wandered too far found themselves circling back again and again, lost in a loop that made the world feel small and strange. But here, tonight, it doesn't matter why they stopped. What matters is how the hush clings to these ancient stones, how every mile that leads to nowhere gives your mind permission to do the same, to wander without reaching, to drift without forcing yourself to arrive. So breathe slow. Imagine your footsteps echoing across cracked stones and creeping moss. Listen for the hush that hums through each bend and broken milestone. A promise that even a path that leads nowhere can take you exactly where you need to be tonight. Follow this forgotten road a little farther now, deeper into the hush, where trees lean in overhead like old guardians who have seen too much and say too little. The stones beneath your feet feel softer here, edges worn down by centuries of rain and drifting leaves, each one holding the echo of footsteps that never reached a destination. On one side of the path, a crumbling milestone sits half buried in earth, its letters worn to nothing by wind and time. Long ago, it may have promised how many miles remained to the next town, how many days left before the weary could rest by a fire. Now it promises only this: that you can stop counting, stop rushing, stop asking how much farther you must go. Between the stones, moss creeps in soft green patches, wrapping each crack like a blanket. Tiny flowers bloom here and there, pale and fragile, nodding gently when the wind passes through. No cart ever crushed them under iron wheels. No hurried boots ever trampled them in haste. They belong to the quiet now, just another layer of this boring history for sleep that helps you drift deeper into your own hush. Imagine the road bending around a low hill where the forest breaks for a moment. The trees open their arms wide enough to show you a view of endless fields, pale under the moon's patient glow. The path snakes away down the slope, each stone a step into nowhere, a promise that you can keep walking forever if you want, or stop right here and let the night carry you instead. Sometimes, travelers long ago would rest here at this bend. They would build small fires with twigs and dry leaves, huddle under blankets woven by mothers. Waiting far away, stories would float up with the smoke, tales of kingdoms they hoped to find beyond the next ridge, treasures that might wait at the road's end. But morning always came, and they would rise to find the path unchanged, still winding into shadows that never cleared. They moved on, step by step, some believing they were closer than before, others certain they were lost. And when the road grew too quiet, when the trees whispered too softly to drown out the beating of their restless hearts, they turned back, footsteps tracing their own ghostly echoes all the way home. Yet the road remains. It does not mind that it leads nowhere. It does not mind that no map marks its ending. It lies here like an invitation you can never misuse, a gentle reminder that sometimes a journey is not meant to arrive, only to hold you while you drift. And you, tonight, feel your breath match the hush that rests on these stones. Your thoughts loosen, the knots untie, each worry slipping between the moss and cracks, swallowed up by roots that have learned how to wait forever. Breathe in the cool air under the trees. Feel how soft the night is when you let it hold you. Know that this ancient road, with every mile that leads to nowhere, gives you permission to sleep exactly where you are. Let the hush grow deeper. Let your steps slow to stillness. This is your place on the path tonight. Another stone in this old, quiet, boring history. For sleep that needs no ending, no hurry, no more than the sound of your own gentle breath. Keep walking now, if only in your mind. Your footsteps silent on the ancient stones that lie hidden beneath layers of fallen leaves. The forest folds in closer here, branches weaving overhead like an old roof made of shadows and moonlight. The road narrows, as if testing your resolve to keep going even when there is no promise of what waits ahead. Once, someone may have built a small bridge here, just wide enough for a cart to pass over a creek that trickled beneath. Now the creek is no more than a thread of silver under the moon, its banks soft with moss that creeps up to kiss the edges of rotting planks. The boards creak if you imagine stepping onto them, but they do not break. They hold your weight because they remember the many feet that crossed before you. Horses stamping in the dark, wheels groaning under the weight of crates filled with grain or silk or something too precious to name. Look down, and you might see the water drift lazily under the bridge, carrying a fallen leaf in slow circles before letting it slip away into shadows. There is no rush here, no urgency to reach the other side. Even the creek seems content to stay exactly where it is, humming its soft tune to the stones that remember every story but never repeat them aloud. Beyond the bridge, the path curls into a small clearing, a space the forest left untouched, perhaps out of respect for the road that tried so hard to reach somewhere but never quite did. At the edge of this clearing sits an old marker stone, half buried under ivy, its face cracked by frost and time. No words remain to guide you, no arrow points left or right. It stands only to remind you that once, someone thought this place was worth marking, that even the middle of nowhere can hold meaning when you stop and breathe long enough to notice. Travelers who rested here centuries ago may have leaned against this stone as they shared bread, mended torn boots, or watched the stars fight their way through a canopy of restless leaves. They spoke in low voices about what lay ahead, yet in the morning, some would choose to turn back, unwilling to follow a road that led so far into the quiet. You, though, have no need to decide. You can stay as long as you wish in this hush that folds around the marker stone, in this moment that asks nothing but your slow breathing. Listen to the forest breathe with you. The trees creak softly overhead, branches shifting like old bones settling into sleep. A single bird stirs in its nest, then tucks its head under wing again, unbothered by the road that leads nowhere, and the dreamer who pauses here tonight. Let the hush remind you that not all roads must deliver you to a door. Some are here only to hold your footsteps, to carry your thoughts a little farther from the noise you left behind. So breathe slow. Let the bridge stay behind you, the creek carry your worries away. Let the marker stone keep your secrets, half buried under ivy and time. This ancient road that leads nowhere will wait for you. Another line in this soft, boring history for sleep. Another promise that sometimes, going nowhere at all is exactly how you find your rest. Rest a while longer by the marker stone if you wish. The forest holds you gently here, its hush wrapping around your shoulders like a blanket woven from shadows and leaves. Above you, the canopy breathes in slow sighs, branches creaking with the wind that comes and goes like an old friend who never stays long. When you're ready, follow the road again as it slips away from the clearing, narrowing to a ribbon of cracked stones buried in patches of soft green moss. The air grows cooler here, the hush deeper, the world around you fading into a soft blur of tree trunks and tangled roots. Imagine walking past an ancient oak, its branches twisted into shapes that look almost like arms reaching for something they never quite grasp. At its base, the road curves around a hollow in the trunk, a hollow where someone once left offerings for safe passage. A copper coin, a scrap of cloth, a small carved figure smoothed by many hands. Long ago, travelers believed that spirits watched these roads, that the hush was not empty, but filled with quiet eyes that kept you safe if you remembered to leave something behind. Now the offerings are half swallowed by dirt and time. The coin glints only when the moon finds it through the leaves. The carved figure leans on its side, a face rubbed away by rain and snow, a story that asks for nothing more than to rest. Beyond the oak, the path dips into a shallow valley where the fog gathers thick, rolling low over the stones like a river that forgot how to flow. Your footsteps make no sound here. The hush is so complete that even the wind holds its breath, leaving only the faint sound of your own heart echoing in your chest. If you pause, you might see shapes in the mist, not ghosts, but memories left behind by those who walked here before you. A merchant's cart, wheels sinking into soft earth. A lone rider pausing to listen for the cry of an owl overhead. A family on foot, children laughing as they run ahead, certain they will reach a town just over the next hill. But there is no town, only the valley, the fog, the road that curves away into trees that stand closer and closer together until they look like a wall built by the world itself to keep you drifting instead of arriving. Some travelers turned back here, afraid of what might wait in the mist. Others pressed on, hoping that just beyond this hush they might find warmth, a fire, a roof under which to rest their tired bones. You, though, have nowhere to reach tonight. This ancient road asks nothing more than your breath moving through the fog, your thoughts loosening like twigs drifting down a slow stream. Listen to the hush that hums through the roots under your feet. Feel the moss against your fingertips if you reach for the stones. Let the fog slip through your hair, around your shoulders, carrying every worry with it until they fade into the branches overhead. This is another piece of the boring history for sleep. A road that promises nothing but the freedom to stay here, to drift without moving, to rest among stones that remember the weight of footsteps, but never the weight of fear. So breathe slow. Let the fog curl around you like a blanket you do not need to fold away. Let the road lead you deeper into its hush, and know that nowhere has never felt more like home than it does now. Follow the old road a little farther, deeper into the valley where the fog curls like a sleeping cat against the stones. Your footsteps drift behind you, too soft to leave a trail, as if the hush itself wants to keep you hidden from everything except your own calm breath. At the heart of the valley, the road widens again, just enough to reveal the ruins of a small way station, its stones half buried under blankets of moss and creeping ivy. Long ago, this might have been a place for travelers to stop and rest. A rough wooden roof would have sheltered them from rain, a fire pit at the center glowing warm against the night's chill. Now, only a circle of blackened stones remains, charred logs turned to soft lumps of ash that the wind has not yet swept away. A broken bench leans against a wall that has forgotten how to stand tall. Roots snake through cracks in the foundation, claiming each stone as if to remind the road that nothing built by restless hands can last forever. Imagine sitting here for a while, your back against the old wall, eyes closed, the hush pressing gentle on your shoulders. In your mind, you can almost hear the quiet hum of voices that once filled this space. Stories traded like coins, news of kingdoms rising and falling far beyond the hills. Laughter low and tired, footsteps shuffling near the fire's edge, someone strumming a tune on a simple wooden harp that now sleeps under layers of earth. There is no fire here now, but you do not need its warmth. The hush is enough. The soft weight of time, the gentle cradle of moss under your palms, the way the fog gathers at your feet like a blanket you never have to fold away. Beyond the ruins, the path splits in two ribbons of stone that slip off in different directions before both are swallowed by the forest once more. No sign remains to tell you which way to go. No map marks these choices. And maybe that is the point, that sometimes it is not about where the road ends, but about knowing you can pause anywhere and the hush will hold you all the same. Some say these roads were built by dreamers who did not care for destinations. They believed the journey itself was a kind of home, a way to listen to the forest's breathing, to feel the stones give way under their feet, to watch the seasons slip past like shadows in a pool. No one remembers their names now. No one needs to. Their footprints have melted into the moss, their stories tucked between tree roots and ivy vines. And you, tonight, are just another gentle echo in this long, boring history for sleep, a traveler who has nothing to reach for, but the hush that promises you are right where you need to be. So sit a while longer by the broken wall. Feel how strong it once was, how soft it is now, how both are true in the same breath. Let your eyes grow heavy, your thoughts slip like ashes into the roots, your breath drift out to join the mist. The ancient road will wait for you, the stones will remember you, and nowhere will keep you safe, cradled in the quiet that only roads like these can offer. When you finally stand, the hush comes with you, clinging to your shoulders like a cloak woven from the breath of the valley itself. The ruins of the way station disappear behind you, swallowed again by the creeping ivy, by roots that curl around every stone like old fingers refusing to let go. You choose one of the two paths. It does not matter which. Each leads nowhere and everywhere all at once, winding on through the forest that seems to grow thicker the deeper you wander. Branches knit together overhead, weaving a roof that lets the moon through in pale slivers, lighting your steps like soft lanterns hung by invisible hands. This part of the road feels older still. The stones are cracked and loose, scattered with tufts of grass that sway when the night wind stirs them. You might see the faint shape of old wagon ruts, lines pressed deep into the earth where wheels once turned round and round, carrying burdens that no longer matter. If you pause to listen, you can almost hear the echo of those wagons, wooden wheels creaking, horses snorting in the cold, voices murmuring in languages no one speaks anymore. But the echoes fade quickly, folded back into the hush that keeps every secret pressed tight beneath the moss. Along the roadside stands a broken mile marker, leaning like an old man caught mid-bow. Its stone face is blank now, words worn away by storms and seasons, leaving only a rough surface that hums when the wind passes across it just right. Long ago, travelers may have rested their palms here, tracing the chiseled letters to remind themselves they were not lost, that the next village lay just beyond the next bend. But tonight, you know there is no village waiting, only the road, slipping forward through the trees, a promise that you do not need to arrive anywhere but here. A little farther on, the path crosses a low ridge where the forest opens wide enough to show you a glimpse of rolling hills in the distance. Mounds wrapped in mist, their outlines soft as dreams. No lights twinkle there. No walls break the horizon. It is just land drifting into land, a view that feels endless in the safest way. At the top of the ridge sits an old stone bench, half covered in vines. It leans to one side, but still holds your weight if you choose to sit. Imagine yourself there now, legs tucked under you, shoulders sinking into the hush, your breath drifting out to join the fog that curls along the path below. Some say these benches were built by monks who walked these ancient roads in silence, believing that to go forward was enough, that a road leading nowhere was a road that led inward instead. Their prayers lie tucked into the cracks of the bench now, invisible but patient, waiting for anyone quiet enough to listen. They are not prayers for riches or power, but for rest. for soft moments when the world's noise fades and you can hear the whisper of your own heartbeat matching the hush around you. So breathe slow here. Feel how the stones press steady against your spine, how the wind slips across your cheek, how the hush deepens when you stop asking where the road ends. This is just another piece of this old, quiet, boring history for sleep. A path that needs no destination, a ridge that holds your dreams safe, a bench that will wait for you as long as you need. Stay as long as you wish. When you stand again, the ancient road will still be there, winding on through shadows and roots, never rushing you forward, never asking you to arrive. When you rise from the old stone bench, the hush seems to follow, clinging to your shoulders like a gentle promise that you can carry its quiet with you, wherever the road decides to drift next. You step away from the ridge, leaving the rolling hills behind you, slipping back under the roof of branches that bend close overhead, weaving the night into a safe cocoon. This stretch of the path feels softer, the stones almost swallowed by earth and moss. Every few steps, roots break through the cracks, twisting across the way like threads stitching the road to the forest floor. Each one reminds you that the world is in no hurry to reclaim what was once carved apart, that it simply waits, patient and slow, folding the old road back into its quiet skin. Along one bend, you find a well tucked beneath an ancient elm. Its stones lean inward, as if bowing toward the water that sleeps far below. A rusted bucket sits nearby, its handle twisted by time, rope frayed and stiff, still looped around a beam that creaks gently when the wind shifts through the trees. Imagine resting your palm on the edge of the well. The stone feels cold, slick with damp moss, but steady too, as if every wish whispered into its mouth still lives somewhere in the dark below. Long ago, travelers paused here, dropping copper coins into the black water, watching ripples slip outward until the surface grew calm again, holding their secrets under layers of reflected moonlight. Some believe that if you leaned over far enough, you could hear the road talking back to you, a soft echo of all the footsteps that came before, each one promising that nowhere could be safe if you learned to listen to its hush. Step past the well and the elm, and the road slips into a gentle hollow where the air feels thicker, heavy with the scent of damp earth and the sweet rot of fallen leaves. Here, the hush hums a little deeper, so close to the ground that you can feel it in your chest when you breathe. Once, someone built a small marker here, just a pile of stones stacked by passing hands. No name, no sign, just stones that remind you how the quiet grows stronger when you pause to notice what you carry and what you leave behind. Travelers who reached this hollow would often stop, laying down pebbles of their own, worries too heavy to keep on their backs, secrets too loud to carry any farther. The pile stands to this day, moss curling over its edges, softening each rock until they feel more like pillows than burdens. You too can leave something here tonight, if only in your thoughts. Picture a single worry resting in your palm, then place it gently among the stones, where the hush will hold it for you, where the road will carry it forward, and let it drift away among roots and fog. Beyond the hollow, the path drifts on, bending through ferns that brush your knees as you pass. A fox might watch you from the undergrowth, golden eyes blinking once before it slips away without sound. Another secret woven into this endless quiet. Breathe slower now. Feel how each step grows lighter when you let the road hold what you no longer wish to bear. Let this ancient road that leads nowhere remind you that sometimes it is enough to stand still, to listen to the hush, to feel the forest cradle your thoughts in shadows and moss. This is your place tonight. Another soft line in this old, quiet, boring history for sleep. A path that asks nothing more than your gentle breath, your calm heart, and your trust that nowhere can feel like home when you let it. Walk on now, your footsteps softer than ever, the hush wrapped around you like a second skin. The path drifts through the hollow, carrying you back under a canopy of branches, so thick that the moon's light slips through only in thin ribbons, like threads of silver laid across the road. You pass a fallen log stretched across part of the path, its bark stripped away by seasons of rain and frost. Moss grows thick along its spine, dotted with tiny mushrooms that glow pale in the low light, as if they hold lanterns for travelers who never need to hurry. Once, the log may have been part of a tree that arched high over this road, shading caravans that rolled beneath it, creaking wheels, tired footsteps, the low murmur of stories traded from one village to another. Now it rests here, a bridge for beetles and small creatures that know the hush better than any map. Beyond the log, The road dips gently into a sunken glade where water gathers in a shallow pool. The stones along the path disappear under the clear surface, their shapes blurred and softened by ripples that move only when the breeze sighs through. Travelers long ago would pause here to let their horses drink, to splash cold water on faces lined by dust and distance. Some might have washed small cuts and bruises in this pool, watching the blood swirl and fade until it became just another secret the road promised to keep. Lean over now in your mind and see your reflection wavering there, your eyes half closed, your thoughts drifting like leaves on the water's skin. There is no need to scoop the water up, no need to break the quiet with ripples. Let it stay still, let it mirror your breath, slow and deep, carrying every restless thought down to settle among the stones. At the edge of the glade, an old signpost leans against a tree, the wood dark with age, the painted words washed away by rain and years. No arrows remain to point left or right to promise you how far you must go before you find a place to rest. Here, the road reminds you that you are already resting, that the journey is the shelter, the hush your roof, the moss your pillow. If you listen carefully, you might hear the faint splash of a frog slipping into the pool, the soft crack of a twig under a fox's paw, the wind lifting your hair just enough to remind you that the world keeps breathing around you. You stand in this glade as if the trees grew here just to hold this pocket of quiet, a place for you to pause, to lean against an old stone, to feel your shoulders drop as the weight you carried slips down through your feet into the earth. No rush, no end to chase. Only the hush, the water, the roots threading through the ground like the ancient roads themselves. Roads that lead nowhere, roads that fold back into the land when no one is looking, roads that cradle your secrets in shadows and soft soil. So breathe slow. Feel how the cool air slips over your skin, how the hush presses into your chest like a lullaby. Let the pool keep your reflection safe, the moss keep your thoughts quiet. The stones remind you that even standing still is a kind of journey. This is your glade tonight, one more turn in this old, gentle, boring history for sleep. A place where nowhere feels like exactly enough, and you can rest as long as you need. Step softly now, leaving the quiet pool behind you. Your footsteps carry the hush with them, like the gentle echo of water that clings to your skin long after you've walked away. The ancient road curls up from the glade, winding through a stand of birch trees so pale they almost glow against the night. Their trunks lean close together, bark marked by old scars and knots where branches once reached farther than they do now. When the breeze stirs, the leaves whisper overhead, a soft, dry sound like pages of a book turned slowly by a patient hand. The stones under your feet grow sparser here. Roots take their place, weaving across the path in thick ropes, reminding you that the forest will always reclaim what was once forced to yield. Each step you take feels lighter, as if the hush has pressed the weight of your thoughts deep into the earth beneath you. Along the side of the path, a small stone shrine sits nestled against a birch, its base hidden under a drift of fallen leaves. A single candle once stood inside, melted down now to a stub of wax hardened with age. No flame flickers here, yet the space holds warmth, not from fire, but from the quiet memory of prayers left behind, like footprints too faint to follow. Pause here if you wish. Run your fingers across the cold stone, feel the edges smoothed by countless passing hands. Some travelers left offerings in this shrine. A sprig of pine, a few dried berries, a scrap of cloth tied with a knot meant to hold a wish in place. All these gifts have faded into the hush, just like every whispered hope carried along this road that led nowhere but deeper into the quiet. Step on again, past the shrine, deeper into a part of the forest where the air feels thick and sweet with the scent of moss and damp bark. The canopy above closes tight, turning the night darker and softer, like the inside of a pocket where the world can't find you for a while. Here, the road flattens, almost disappearing into the undergrowth. You must look closely to see where the stones peek through, scattered like breadcrumbs for a dream that never needs to wake up. Imagine the shapes of old travelers who once paused here to sleep, cloaks drawn tight around shoulders, heads resting on packs of cloth, faces turned toward the trees that watched over them without asking for anything in return. No campfires burn here now, no songs drift through the branches. Yet you can feel the hush holding all that once was. The laughter, the stories, the arguments that melted into apologies before dawn. All of it settled into the roots, pressed into the soil, so that when you breathe in, you carry a little of that old warmth with you. Past this patch of forest, the air grows clearer again. A single break in the trees lets the moon spill down like a cup tipped too far, silver light pooling across your path, painting every stone and leaf in pale glow. Stand there a while. Let the light find your hair, your hands, your closed eyes. Feel how the hush sits steady in your chest, how the ancient road asks nothing more than for you to rest, to drift, to trust that sometimes the best place to arrive is the place where you stop trying to arrive at all. This is your turning tonight. Another gentle bend in this endless, boring history for sleep. A stretch of road that leads nowhere, but feels like home when you let the hush hold you. So breathe slow. Let the birch trees keep your secrets. Let the shrine guard your wishes. And let the moon remind you that the road will never rush you forward. It will wait, patient as moss, until you are ready to drift again. Stay with the moonlight for a while. Feel how it pulls around your feet like a shallow tide that never hurries back out to sea. The road ahead is only a faint suggestion now. Broken stones scattered among roots and moss, the path more memory than promise, more hush than map. Breathe slow. Let each step sink you deeper into this last bend of the road, this final stretch where nowhere folds into everywhere, and the forest closes in around you like a warm blanket stitched together by shadows and time. Up ahead, the path widens one last time, into a small clearing, a circle of low grass surrounded by old stones that stand like quiet sentinels in the dark. Some are crooked, some lean so far they seem ready to lie down, but they never do. They hold each other up in the hush, the same way your dreams hold you tonight. At the center of the clearing, a single flat stone rests like an altar to the road itself, a place where travelers long ago may have set down their packs, loosened their boots, and watched the sky spin above their tired eyes. Imagine sitting there now. Your shoulders drop, your breath settles into the soft rhythm of roots and stones. Your heartbeat finds the same slow pulse that hums through every twist of this ancient road. You feel the hush press into your bones, a weight so gentle you almost forget you carried anything at all. Around you, the forest breathes. Branches sway without breaking, leaves whisper to each other about nights when lanterns once flickered here, when laughter rose and fell like wind across a field of grass. Now the only light is the moon's pale gaze. The only voice is your own slow exhale slipping through the hush. Somewhere among the stones, the last offerings remain. Tiny coins half buried under lichen, bits of cloth turned to threads, a piece of carved wood no bigger than your thumb. Each one a promise left behind by a soul who once stood where you sit, hoping the road would remember them when they no longer needed to remember themselves. You run your fingertips over the flat stone surface, rough in places, smooth in others where many hands have rested before yours. The cold sinks into your skin like a quiet invitation to stay a while longer, to let the hush carry you the rest of the way. No footsteps needed. There is nowhere left to go, but nowhere was always the point. A road that leads nowhere is a road that holds you exactly where you are, free from the noise of arriving, free from the weight of leaving, free to drift in the hush that softens every edge you once thought was sharp. Above, the stars begin to appear, faint pinpricks of silver that blink between shifting clouds. You watch them without trying to count, without trying to name. They are here simply to remind you how wide the sky can be when you stop measuring its borders. The stones stand guard as you rest. The forest weaves its lullaby through your hair. The road sighs beneath you, an old friend who has waited centuries, just to show you how easy it is to stop moving when the hush grows deep enough to hold you. So breathe slow now. Let your thoughts sink through the moss, slip between the roots, settle under the stones. Let the ancient road that led nowhere remind you that nowhere is sometimes the safest place to be, the softest place to sleep, the quietest place to dream. When you wake again, the road will still be there, winding on through trees and stones, patient as ever, humming its boring history for sleep to anyone gentle enough to listen. Rest now, sleep well, and remember, you have arrived exactly where you were always meant to be, somewhere in the middle of nowhere, where the hush knows your name and the road never ends. Are you still awake? Or are you already drifting, one breath at a time, into a hush deeper than dreams? I'm here with you, just a quiet voice reminding you that this is another piece of boring history for sleep. A gentle place to let your thoughts rest, your shoulders soften, Your eyes grow heavy as the world outside fades away. Tonight, we'll drift together toward an old place, a place where the tower bells that never rang again still wait in silence. There was once a small village, hidden deep in a valley where the wind sang through fields of tall grass and low stone fences crumbled under the patient touch of time. At its heart rose a single tower, built from pale stones carried up the hill by hands long turned to dust. Its roof was steep and narrow, topped with a spire that caught the moonlight like a silver needle stitching the sky to the earth. Inside that tower hung 3 great bells, each one cast from iron mined in distant mountains, hauled over muddy roads by wagons that groaned under their weight. When the bells were first raised, the villagers gathered in the square below, faces tilted up, eyes wide, waiting for the first notes to roll out across the hills. They rang only once. The sound was so deep it shivered the glass in every window, so soft that sheep lying in distant pastures lifted their heads, then settled again without fear. For a moment, it seemed the valley itself breathed in time with those bells, a slow, patient breath that promised harvests would be good, storms would stay away, that the village would stand long after every voice that heard those notes was gone. But something changed. No one knows for sure why the ropes were pulled down, coiled in the tower's corner, left to rot under dripping rain that found its way through cracks in the stones. Some say the bells were too loud, that the echo carried secrets the village wished to keep hidden. Others whisper the iron was cursed, that each note peeled away the hush that protected the valley from wandering souls. Whatever the truth, the tower grew quiet. Years passed, then decades, until the bells became shadows in the rafters, heavy shapes hidden behind dust and spider webs that glittered in the moon's pale glance. If you stand at the tower's base tonight, in your mind, you might see the doorway leaning open. No lock holds it shut. No hinge creaks to protest when the wind pushes through. Step inside and feel the chill. The stone walls breathe with the weight of all the days they've seen. Wedding songs once carried up the stairwell, the hush of morning as footsteps climb toward the belfry to hang black ribbons when loss came to call. Climb higher and the air grows colder. The wooden steps groan under your weight, but they hold you because they remember every foot that ever touched them. Children who snuck up here to carve initials in the beams, caretakers who checked the ropes, hopeful priests who prayed the bells would one day ring again. But the ropes remain coiled, brittle and frayed. The bells hang heavy above you, round iron mouths that never speak, each one a promise folded tight into a silence too deep to break. Outside the tower windows, the valley stretches under the moon, fields silver and soft, the wind pressing gently through wildflowers that grow between stones once set to mark the edge of old fields. If you listen, you'll hear no chime tonight. No note rolls down the hill to stir the village awake. Only the hush drifts through the beams, wrapping around the bells that wait and wait and wait, each one holding a breath that never comes. And you, standing here in this quiet belfry, feel that hush settle in your bones too. Your thoughts slow, your breath deepens, your eyes slip half closed as you remember that sometimes what doesn't sound at all can still sing you softly to sleep. Stay here with the bells that never rang again. Another chapter in this old, patient, boring history for sleep. Stay a while longer in the tower's hush. Beneath the heavy bells, the floorboards sigh softly when you shift your weight, as if the wood remembers every story it ever held. The echo of footsteps that carried secrets up these stairs, the rustle of robes brushing stone walls as caretakers whispered prayers that rose no higher than the beams. Look up and you'll see the ropes, still coiled in the corner where the rain drips through a gap in the roof, each coil stiff with age, frayed where so many hands once tugged in hope, in fear, in celebration. Long strands of spider silk thread between them now, catching flecks of moonlight that drift through the cracks. In one shadowed corner, an old ladder leans against the wall. Its rungs are smoothed by palms, long turned to dust, hands that once climbed to oil the hinges, to brush away nests of birds that sometimes slipped inside when the wind blew the shutters wide. Imagine stepping up now, your fingers curling around the cold wood, feeling each rung give just a little under your weight before settling strong again. Above, the largest of the bells looms like a quiet giant, its iron skin dappled with rust, its tongue still and heavy, waiting for a tug that will never come. Outside the narrow windows, the valley breathes under the moon. Low stone fences lie in crooked lines, half swallowed by grass that hums when the night wind sweeps through. A single barn leans at the edge of the fields, its roof slumped like a tired shoulder, its door swinging gently when the breeze finds its way in. They say that once the bells would have rung to call the harvest in, each peal drifting down the hill to wake farmers before dawn, telling them the weather was good, that the fields were ready, that the grain would stand tall and the storms would wait their turn. But the bells stayed silent, and so the people learned to listen instead for the hush, the whisper of wheat brushing against itself, the soft call of a bird that knew when the rain would come, the gentle hush of snow drifting in when autumn bowed its head to winter's wait. Down in the village, the tower still watches. Its stones cradle the bells like secrets too heavy to say aloud. Children who grow up here dare each other to climb the hill, to slip inside when the wind moans through the broken door, to place a hand against the iron and wonder what it would feel like to pull the rope just once, to break the hush that blankets their dreams. No one ever does. They leave the bells alone because the silence has become part of the valley's breath, a hush that holds every worry, every wish, every restless thought that once clanged so loudly it needed to be carried away. And you, standing here tonight, feel that hush too. It curls around your ribs like a soft rope you don't have to pull, settles behind your eyes like shadows that promise sleep will come soon. Imagine the sound if you like. That single deep note rolling down the fields, stirring the barn doors, sending the sheep lifting their heads before lying back down again. Feel how heavy and sweet it would be. Then let it drift away, leaving only the hush behind. This is your tower tonight. A room of stone and dust and quiet iron waiting, a piece of this old, gentle, boring history for sleep that asks nothing more than for you to rest. So breathe slow. Let the bells keep their silence for you. Let the hush hold your thoughts like a secret folded into stone. The tower will not ring, but its hush will always sing you home. Step away from the ladder now, back to the wooden floor that groans softly under your feet. The hush here feels thicker than before, a kind of quiet that presses against your ears, reminding you how much sound lives inside your own breath when the world around you stays still. Look out through one of the narrow tower windows. The glass is gone, the frame splintered at the edges, but you can see the whole valley stretched out below, fields furrowed by years of seasons passing, patches of wildflowers growing where old fences gave up their fight to stand straight. At the far edge of the fields, you might see the outline of the village chapel. Its roof leans gently, the steeple tilts like it is bowing to the tower that once called the faithful with a single heavy note. But the bells never rang again, so the people learned to listen for the hush instead. Prayers whispered under breath, footsteps crunching on frozen earth, the soft flap of laundry on a line when the wind slips through. In the shadows near the tower stairs, a wooden chest sits pushed against the wall. Its lid is cracked, iron hinges rusted to a deep orange bloom. Long ago, the caretaker might have kept oil and rags inside, tools for polishing the bells, for mending the ropes that once waited for willing hands. If you lift the lid in your mind, you'll find only scraps of cloth now, stiff with dust and time, their edges curled like old leaves. A single brass key lies among them, heavy in your palm, cold and useless. No door left to lock, no sound left to free. Step back again, and the hush seems to grow deeper the closer you stand to the bells themselves. Their iron flanks hang so still, each one a mouth forever half open, yet never speaking. The ropes dangle in the shadows like veins that forgot how to carry any pulse but silence. Some say the bells hold old dreams in their hollow cores, wishes poured into molten iron when the molds were first cast. A promise that each peal would carry hope across the hills, remind the valley that voices could rise together in times of joy or sorrow. But the ropes were never pulled again, and so the dreams settled like dust on the beams, becoming part of the hush that drifts through the tower's bones every time the wind shifts. Outside, the trees at the hill's base sway in slow motion. Branches creak, leaves murmur, but nothing dares rise above a whisper, as if the forest too has made peace with the silence that keeps these bells from waking. Close your eyes now, and listen to the hush press deeper into your chest. Feel how your breath matches the long, slow sigh of old stones holding secrets they've never shared. There is no need for sound here, only this gentle promise that the quiet will hold you the way the tower holds its bells. Stay here as long as you wish. Sit on the step, lean against the wall, run your fingertips along the ropes that wait for no one. Let the hush wrap you tight. Let your thoughts drift like birds that forgot their songs, but not their wings. This is your belfry tonight, Another line in this patient, soft, boring history for sleep. A place where what never rang still sings you down into dreams. So breathe slow, rest easy. The bells will keep their silence for you. The hush will carry you home. When you stand again, the hush follows you down each creaking step. Your fingertips brush the stone walls as you descend the winding stair, the chill pressing into your skin like a reminder that the tower holds more than silence. It holds time itself, tucked into every crack where moss curls and dust gathers in soft drifts. Halfway down, you pause beside a narrow window. A breeze slips through, carrying the scent of grass and old earth. You look out and see the village below, roofs leaning toward each other like friends whispering secrets they no longer remember. A single candle flickers behind one window, a tiny flame holding back the night for someone who lies awake, just like you. The fields stretch out, stitched together by low stone walls that no longer keep anything in or out. A scatter of sheep lie curled near a half-fallen fence, their shapes like pale stones resting on darker earth. They do not stir. They have learned, like the people here, that no bell will ring to call them home. Turn from the window now and follow the steps lower until you reach the small chamber at the tower's base. Once this room held tools for tending the bells, oiled cloths, iron files to smooth a rough edge, bundles of rope coiled tight like veins waiting to carry a heartbeat up to the iron mouths above. Now, the shelves stand empty. Cobwebs hang in silver strands that catch the moonlight seeping through a crack under the door. A wooden stool rests near the wall, its seat worn smooth by caretakers who sat for hours, waiting for bells that never asked to speak. In one corner, an old ledger lies on a crooked table, its leather cover softened by years of damp and dust. If you open it, the pages crackle like dry leaves. Names written in faded ink trail down each line. A record of who tended the bells, who mended the ropes, who once believed that the hush could be broken by a single deep note rolling through the fields. But the ink stops halfway through a page. No more entries. No more notes to record what never came. The book closes itself when you let your palm rest on it, a small breath of dust lifting into the hush before settling back down. Outside, the wind rattles the loose latch on the tower door. You hear it tap, tap, tap. Not loud enough to wake anyone, but just enough to remind you that the world beyond these stones still moves, even when the bells do not. And yet, nothing feels lost here. The hush holds the tower together like mortar, stronger than iron bands. It presses into the beams overhead, the stairs under your feet, the ropes coiled in their corner, the dust on your sleeve as you drift past the ledger one last time. When you push the old door open, the hinges sigh like an old friend who never asks you to stay, but never minds when you do. Step outside and feel the night wrap around you. A soft blanket woven from the same hush that holds the bells so close you almost believe you can hear them dream. Look back at the tower once more. See how the spire catches the moonlight, how the bells wait just behind those stones, heavy and patient. They will never ring again, and yet in their silence, they have learned to sing the quiet lullaby that carries you toward sleep, a song so gentle you only hear it when you let your thoughts drift like mist across the valley. So breathe slow. Let the hush press deeper into your chest. Let the bells keep their promise, never broken, never loud, never asking you to wake. This is your place tonight, a step inside this old, soft, boring history for sleep, a tower that holds every echo you no longer need and lets the hush sing you home. Step away from the tower now, your footprints soft in the grass that curls around its base like an old blanket tucked in by patient hands. The door swings closed behind you, not with a slam, but with a quiet thud, sealing the hush back inside where the bells wait, their mouths half open, their voices folded into stone. Stand for a moment at the edge of the path that winds down the hill. Feel how the wind drifts up to greet you, carrying the scent of damp earth and wildflowers that bloom in cracks between the stones once laid to mark the village boundary. Down the slope, a narrow footpath curves through a small orchard, a scatter of apple trees planted so long ago that their trunks twist like old knuckles clasped in prayer. In the spring, these trees scatter petals across the path, white and pink confetti that drifts on the breeze, catching on fences, falling into the folds of forgotten jackets left on gateposts. Tonight, the blossoms are gone. Their branches shiver under the moon's pale breath, each twig etched in silver frost that hums in the hush. If you close your eyes, you might hear the echo of laughter that once danced here, children climbing low limbs, pockets stuffed with fruit still warm from the sun, giggles rising through the branches like tiny bells that rang only for those who knew how to listen. But the tower's bells never answered, and so the orchard became its own kind of sanctuary, a place where people learned that some sounds need never come from iron and rope, but from footsteps on soft earth, from voices drifting in the dark like fireflies that never fear the hush. Follow the path deeper, past a fallen fence where ivy knots the boards together so tight they can't remember where they broke. Beyond it, an old stone bench leans beneath the heaviest tree. Its surface is cracked, but strong enough to hold you if you choose to sit and watch the tower's spire glint under the stars. Imagine the bells from here, heavy shapes sleeping behind stone walls, each one holding its breath forever. You might think they miss their song, but maybe they don't. Maybe they've learned that the hush is sweeter than any note cast in iron, that silence is its own kind of music when the world outside learns how to listen. Some nights, villagers still walk this path. They pause at the bench, rub a palm over the cold stone, tilt their faces toward the spire that rises like an old promise never spoken aloud. They stand in that hush, letting it press into their bones until their thoughts grow quiet enough to slip home. And you here tonight feel that same hush settling into you too. Your shoulders grow heavier in the best way, not with burden, but with the warmth of knowing that nowhere asks you to ring out your thoughts like loud bells in the dark. Stay here as long as you wish. Trace a finger along the bench's cracked edge. Listen to the wind hush through the orchard branches. Feel how each breath slows until it matches the silence that drifts down from the tower above. This is just another piece of this old, patient, boring history for sleep. A path where the bells stay silent, the orchard keeps its secrets, and the hush becomes your own. So breathe slow, let the hush slip through your hair, across your closed eyelids, deep into the places where restless thoughts once clanged like iron. The bells will never ring, but the hush will sing you home. When you stand from the old stone bench, the hush comes with you, folded into the curve of your shoulders like a promise you don't have to carry alone. The orchard drifts behind you, its tangled branches swaying just enough to whisper one last goodnight, each leaf trembling as if remembering the children's laughter that once rang here when the bells would not. The narrow footpath winds farther down the hill, weaving between low stone walls built so long ago that they lean now, softened by moss and wildflowers that bloom even in the chill. Every step you take presses a footprint into the hush, not loud enough to wake the sheep in the fields, not sharp enough to startle the small birds tucked under eaves of the empty barn at the valley's edge. Past the orchard, a small wooden gate stands half open, its hinges rusted into place. Once, the villagers might have latched it each night to keep their sheep from wandering too far, trusting the bells to ring if wolves crept close in the dark. But the bells never rang, and so they learned instead to listen for the sound of hooves on frozen ground, for the soft bleat drifting through the hush like a question that answered itself. Step through the gate and feel the hush slip deeper around you. The path splits here, one branch curling toward the village square, the other leading into a meadow that rolls out like a patchwork quilt, its seams stitched together by streams too narrow to carry more than secrets. Follow the meadow path tonight. Let your feet brush through grass that whispers against your ankles. Let the breeze hum through the reeds that grow near the water's edge. Somewhere ahead, an old mill sits slouched against the stream, its wheel frozen in place by seasons that passed it by when the bells fell silent. Long ago, the mill wheel turned day and night, its creak and splash the only chorus the valley needed when the tower's voice stayed quiet. Grain was ground, bread was baked. Children carried warm loaves through the square while the hush wrapped itself around their shoulders like a shawl made of breath and patience. Imagine standing at the mill now. The wheel rests half submerged, water trickling through moss-covered spokes that will never spin again. Inside, flour dust clings to beams, where spiders weave their threads, each web catching the hush the way the tower once caught voices that rose too high. A single lantern, rusted and empty, hangs by the door. Its glass is cracked, its handle bent. But when the wind shifts, it swings just enough to tap the wood in a rhythm older than any song the bells could have sung. You pause here, hand resting on the lantern's cold metal, listening for a note that never comes. And yet the hush is enough, thicker than flour dust, softer than a lullaby, sweeter than any iron peel that might have broken the dreams drifting through these fields. Turn from the mill when you're ready, and follow the hush back into the meadow. The stream hums beside you, carrying away the last restless thoughts you forgot to leave behind. Look back once. See the wheel, the lantern, the tower's spire rising faintly behind the orchard trees. No bells ring out across the grass, but their silence wraps around you like a blessing, reminding you that sometimes what stays quiet can keep you safe long enough to sleep. This is your path to night, another turn in this soft, patient, boring history for sleep. A road lined with hush instead of sound, a promise that nowhere asks you to ring when the quiet knows how to hold you instead. So breathe slow, let the hush settle in your chest like a bell that never needs to toll. The tower will wait, the meadow will dream, and the hush will sing you home. Keep walking now, your steps slow along the edge of the meadow, the hush draped around you like a cloak spun from all the nights the bells never spoke. The stream hums beside you, its voice softer than your breath, carrying the memories of old water wheels and millstones that ground grain into flour for loaves long eaten and forgotten. The path bends gently toward a small grove of willow trees that lean over the stream, their branches trailing fingertips in the water like they're brushing secrets into the current. Here, the hush thickens, woven with the rustle of slender leaves that never mind the quiet. They have learned that silence can be as sweet as song. Step under the willows now. Feel how the hush changes when the branches close around you, a green canopy stitched with moonlight that drifts through narrow gaps. Roots rise through the soil in gentle humps, wrapping around old stones that might once have marked a boundary no one remembers now. In the center of the grove sits an old stone bench, half sunk into earth that drinks rain like it has all the time in the world. The bench is cracked in places, moss curling along its edges like a soft pillow offered by the hush itself. Imagine sitting here for a moment, your shoulders drop, your hands resting on the cool stone, your heartbeat slowing to match the gentle sway of the branches above. Long ago, villagers would rest here too. They came with baskets heavy with grain, sat under the willows while they waited for the mill to finish its work. Children would dangle feet into the stream, flicking water at each other while the grown-ups traded stories that never needed the bells to carry them up the hill. Laughter drifted through the grove, rising to the tower's spire that watched from afar, its bells heavy and still behind stone walls. No one blamed the tower for its silence. In time, they came to love the hush more than any peal of iron could offer. They learned to hear each other better, voices soft enough to bend around the hush instead of breaking it. Lean back now on the bench. Feel how the hush settles into your ribs, into your eyelids, into the small knots of worry you carried here without meaning to. The stream keeps humming, willows keep brushing secrets into the water, and above it all, the tower stands on its hill, its bells waiting without sorrow, without need. Some nights, when the wind comes down from the hills, it slips through the tower's open windows. It passes the ropes coiled in the shadows, wraps around the heavy bells, and hums through the iron mouths like a ghost of the song they never sang. But even then, no sound rolls out across the valley. No note shivers the glass in the chapel or wakes the sheep in the fields. Only the hush drifts through, settling into the orchard, the meadow, the mill, and this grove where you sit now, half dreaming, half listening. You realize slowly that this quiet is the story, that the hush is the lullaby the bells could never give. It is the promise that even things left unsaid can hold you safe through the night. So breathe slow, let your fingers drift through the moss, listen to the stream hum, all the secrets you no longer need to keep. Let the hush remind you that you are exactly where you need to be, inside this old, gentle, boring history for sleep. The tower waits. The bells dream, and you too can sleep, wrapped in the hush that knows how to hold you better than any ringing ever could. Stay beneath the willows a little longer if you like. Let the hush hold you as the branches shift above, tracing slow circles in the night air, each leaf brushing against another like pages of a book that never needs to be finished. When you stand, the hush comes with you, woven through your hair, tucked into the folds of your sleeves, clinging to your shoulders like a friend who knows you're ready to drift deeper. The footpath leaves the grove gently, crossing a small wooden bridge laid over the stream. Its planks creak under your weight, but they do not protest. They remember every footstep that ever passed this way, boots muddied from the fields, bare feet carrying children with wildflowers tucked behind their ears. Lean over the railing now and watch the water slip beneath you. See how it catches the moonlight in soft ripples, carrying your reflection downstream, where it will dissolve into the hush that waits around every bend. Beyond the bridge, the path climbs toward a low hill that faces the tower from a respectful distance. No stones mark the way here, only grass pressed flat by the memory of those who came before you. Farmers, lovers, wanderers who paused here to look up at the spire that watched them back. Near the top of the hill stands a single tree, an old oak with branches spread wide, a silent witness to seasons that rose and fell while the bells never stirred. At its base, a circle of stones forms a rough bench where villagers would gather during harvest, their laughter rolling down the slope when the wind carried it just right. Imagine sitting here now. You lean against the oak's sturdy trunk, its bark rough under your palms, but warm where it catches the hush that moves through the valley. The tower rises on its hill across from you, its windows dark, its roof sharp against the pale sky, its heavy bells tucked away like secrets that never learned how to shout. If you listen closely, you might hear a memory drifting through the hush, a single note, not from the iron mouths above, but from the valley itself. The rustle of wheat bending under the first frost, the creak of old fences leaning into the wind, the soft sigh of a gate swinging open and closed on the hinges too tired to resist. People used to come here when they needed to remember that silence could be kind. They sat under this oak, laid their burdens on the grass, and looked to the tower not for its voice, but for the promise that some things need never be forced to speak. The hush has a way of collecting everything we try so hard to let go. Each worry tucked into the spaces between roots and stones, each restless thought folded into the earth until it loses its sharp edges. And you here tonight feel that same softness settling inside you. Your breath sinks into the hush like a pebble dropped in the stream. Ripples drift outward, then disappear, leaving only calm water behind. Look up at the spire one more time. See how the tower stands. Not sad, not lonely, just quiet in a way that makes you believe quiet is enough. The bells inside have nothing to prove, nothing to call out, nothing to break in the hush that holds them. So breathe slow, let your eyes slip half closed as the hush curls around your heartbeat. Feel how your thoughts drift like fallen leaves, carried by a breeze that knows where they need to go. This is your hill tonight, another corner of this patient, gentle, boring history for sleep. A place where the bells that never rang again remind you that sometimes silence can be the softest song of all. And when you stand, the hush will stand with you. When you sleep, the hush will guard your dreams. When you wake, the hush will still be here, waiting to carry you home again. Stand up slowly now, brushing the hush from your shoulders like a soft dusting of frost that never melts. The old oak stands behind you, roots pressed deep into the hill, branches spread wide to hold the hush even when the wind comes down rough from the mountains. The path drifts onward, a faint line pressed into grass that glows silver under the moon's watchful eye. Each step takes you closer to the village edge, where the tower's spire still rises above rooftops that lean gently into each other like neighbors who share secrets too small to keep alone. Past the hill, a line of low stone cottages appears, each one settled into the earth as if it grew there instead of being built. Thatched roofs sag under the weight of moss and time. Wooden shutters hang slightly ajar, catching bits of breeze that sigh through tiny cracks. In front of one cottage sits an old wooden cart, its wheels half buried in the earth where grass has woven through its spokes. Long ago, this cart might have carried barrels of apples down from the orchard, or sacks of flour from the mill, rattling over cobbled lanes that once echoed with the promise that the bells might ring again. But the bells never called these people home, so they learned to listen for other signs instead. The scrape of the cart's wheels on stones, the clink of a latch lifted at the gate, the hush of the stream whispering through the orchard. Pause by the cart now. Rest your hand on its rough edge. Feel how the wood, though cracked, still holds the shape of the work it once did. It hums faintly in the hush, not a note, not a song, but a memory folded into timber that never asked to ring out loud. Farther along the lane, a narrow footbridge crosses a dry creek bed. The stones beneath lie scattered, holding puddles of moonlight in their shallow cups. Children used to race across this bridge, voices rising and falling like bells the tower never gave them. Their laughter slipped through the village square, wrapped itself around the spire, then drifted back down again when the hush grew deep enough to carry it. Tonight, only the hush moves here. It curls around fences that lean at odd angles, slips under doors left slightly ajar, settles into corners where shadows breathe softly, waiting for nothing at all. Step off the bridge and stand in the village square. The tower rises at the far end, its base hidden behind a low wall tangled in ivy. No candle flickers in the belfry windows. No ropes swing in the dark. The bells hang as they always have. Heavy, patient, half-forgotten shapes that never needed to fill the night with sound. Some say the villagers never wanted the bells to ring again. They found comfort in the hush that grew instead, learned how to hear each other more clearly when the iron stayed quiet. They knew that some songs live best in the soft space between words, in the hush that lets you breathe easier, sleep deeper, drift farther from what must always be said. And you here tonight feel that hush too. It wraps around your ribs, settles behind your eyelids, presses against your throat until even your thoughts learn to stay gentle. Look up at the tower one last time tonight. See how the spire catches the moonlight, how the walls hold the hush as carefully as they once might have held a single deep chime, rolling through the fields. Breathe slow. Let your footsteps rest. Let your thoughts lie down beside the old cart, the dry creek, the fence wrapped in ivy. This is your square tonight. Another quiet corner in this old, patient, boring history for sleep. A place where the bells never rang again, and where the hush sings louder than iron ever could. Stay in the square a while longer. Let the hush wrap itself around you, thicker now, as if the tower itself has leaned a little closer to offer its silence as shelter. No footsteps echo off the cobblestones tonight. No door latches click shut. No voices drift from windows, left slightly open to the night air. The tower rises at the far end, patient as ever, its pale stones worn smooth by seasons that passed without asking the bells to speak. Up in the belfry, the ropes still sleep coiled in the corner, stiff with dust, too old now to carry a heartbeat up to the iron mouths waiting overhead. And yet, nothing feels unfinished here. The hush has become the song the bells never needed to sing, a lullaby you can stand inside, feel inside, breathe inside until the world outside softens into dreams. Imagine stepping closer to the tower's base. Your hand brushes ivy winding up the stone, each leaf trembling just enough to catch the moonlight like silver threads. You might find an old wooden door, its hinges bowed under the weight of years, its latch loose but unwilling to let go completely. Push the door open one last time. Inside, the air is cool, still smelling faintly of old oil, worn rope, and stone that never learned how to echo anything louder than the hush. Climb the stairs again in your mind. Each step creaks a soft note under your weight, but holds firm, the wood remembering every foot that ever rose through this hush, hoping for a sound that never came. Near the top, pause at a small window where the wind sighs through the broken frame. Look out across the valley, the orchard, the meadow, the mill wheel frozen by the stream, the hill with its old oak waiting like an open hand. Every piece of this place holds the hush like a secret, each one promising that silence can be enough when you know how to listen. Step into the belfry now, one last time. The bells hang above you, round iron mouths that never spoke more than a single note all those years ago. They hang so still you might think they sleep, dreaming slow, heavy dreams folded into iron and dust, and the hush that hums through the beams. Reach up if you like, your fingers brushing the frayed end of a rope. Feel how it gives just a little, then settles back into itself. Like an old friend who knows you will not pull, who knows you trust the hush more than any sound these walls could ever carry. Outside the tower, the village breathes slow. The sheep curl in the grass behind leaning fences. The orchard branches sway. The dry creek hums with the memory of laughter that once rang like tiny bells when iron stayed silent. You stand here now, just another quiet keeper of this old, patient, boring history for sleep. A listener who understands that the hush is not empty at all, but full of every story the bells never told aloud. So breathe slow. Let your shoulders drop, your eyes grow heavy, your heartbeat soften to match the hush that wraps around you like a cloak spun from cobwebs and moonlight. Step back down the stairs when you're ready, each step a gentle goodbye to the bells who kept their promise to stay quiet, to hold the hush safe inside their hollow hearts. Push the door open again, let the night air find your skin, cool and sweet. Look back at the spire, the windows dark, the ropes asleep, the iron mouths waiting and waiting. Not for you to ring them, but for you to rest. Because this is the ending the hush has always wanted for you. A place where silence holds you soft, where the tower stands watch, where nowhere you need to go feels more comforting than right here. This is your story tonight. The last line in this quiet, patient, boring history for sleep. A village wrapped in hush, a tower that never called you home because you were already there. So close your eyes now. Let the hush gather every worry, every sound you don't need to carry anymore. Let it press into your bones, into your breath, until all that's left is the slow, gentle promise that you are safe. Sleep well, sleep slow, and remember, sometimes the bells that never rang again sing the sweetest song of all. Are you still awake, drifting in the hush? Or have your thoughts already slipped into soft dunes of sleep? I'm here with you, like a quiet breeze in the desert night, reminding you this is just another piece of boring history for sleep, a place for your mind to wander and rest, as gently as footprints sinking into sand. Tonight, we'll follow the faded trail of the desert caravan lost to the sands. Long ago, when maps were little more than guesses drawn by trembling hands, caravans crossed the vast desert, their lines of camels trailing like stitches through the endless dunes. They carried silk and spices, beads of amber and small glass bottles of oil that shimmered like the moon when lanterns swung on the camels' sides. One caravan was larger than most, a small moving village that drifted under the sun by day and the stars by night. Merchants wrapped in linen rode alongside camels piled high with chests that creaked under their heavy secrets. Children sat on broad saddles, eyes half closed against the glare, dreaming of oases that waited just beyond the next rise. But the desert has never cared for promises. Winds shift without warning, dunes swallow paths whole, and what was clear under the moon can vanish by dawn. One night, as the caravan camped beside a low ridge of stone, half buried in the sand, a hush deeper than the desert itself settled over them. The travelers lay down on blankets spread under the stars. The camels groaned softly, settling into the sand with legs folded beneath them, their breath slow and warm in the chill that always comes when the sun's last light slips away. No one heard the wind begin to rise. A whisper at first, then a slow hum that curled around the ridge, stirring grains of sand into a dance too quiet to wake the sleepers. By morning, the first footprints were gone, the path behind them smoothed over by the night's gentle drift, leaving only the camel's broad prints pressed shallow into dunes that already leaned forward, ready to cover them too. Some say the caravan kept moving for days, following a sun that circled overhead like a silent guide that forgot its way. They marked the dunes with bits of cloth tied to thorn bushes, carved shapes into the stone ridges that rose like old bones from the sand. But each mark vanished behind them, swallowed by the hush that lives in every drifting dune. No oasis waited beyond the next rise. Only more wind, more sand, more silence. If you stand here tonight in your mind, you might see their lanterns swinging from tall poles, the flame inside flickering against the dark. A soft glow that hums through the hush but gives no promise of direction. No map to mark where the dunes will roll next. Sometimes, travelers today swear they've seen that glow from far off. Tiny beads of light drifting along a ridge, footsteps too faint to reach, voices carried on a wind that never remembers what it takes. But when they climb the dune, there is nothing there, just the hush and the sand, and the old soft promise that some stories do not need an ending when the hush is strong enough to hold you. So breathe slow now. Feel your thoughts drift like grains of sand across an open palm. Let the hush of the desert press against your chest. Settle behind your eyes, soften your breath until you can almost hear the caravan passing by. A line of camels moving through a dream that never reaches a shore. This is your piece of the desert tonight. Another step in this quiet, patient, boring history for sleep. Follow the caravan a little deeper now, if only in your mind. Your footsteps soft, leaving no mark. The wind won't carry away before dawn comes again. The dunes roll ahead in gentle waves, their ridges sharp in the moonlight, their shadows deep enough to hide the faint line of camels that drift forward like ghosts sewn into the fabric of the night. Listen closely, and you might hear the soft jangle of bells tied around a camel's neck. Each chime is swallowed almost as soon as it rings out, pressed into the hush that settles over the sand like a warm blanket that never lifts. In the heart of the caravan, A small circle of lanterns flickers. The merchants gather here, wrapped in layers of cloth that flutter in the wind's quiet breath. Their voices drift low, words blending with the hush until they sound more like a chant than a conversation. Maps are spread across a carpet laid on the sand, corners pinned by stones that once marked the path they trusted. But the lines fade under the lantern's glow, ink bleeding into parchment, trails that twist and loop until the desert decides which ones to keep and which to bury. A child sleeps curled beside the maps, cheek pressed to the corner of a faded route that leads to an oasis no one can find. His breath is steady, matching the hush that hums through the dunes, a promise that sleep is safer than any path that might wait ahead. Beside the child, an old man tends a small fire, its coals red and soft like the glow inside a seashell held to your ear. He feeds it splinters of driftwood carried from far-off coasts. A reminder that even in this ocean of sand, pieces of other shores linger like whispers, folded into the hush. Sometimes he sings to the flames, a song with no words, only a melody that winds around the hush like smoke curling into the night. The camels shift their weight, long lashes flicking against the wind, but they do not move on. They too know there is no need to hurry, when the desert writes the journey in shifting lines that no one can read. Beyond the fire, the dunes rise taller, dark shapes under a sky too wide to hold. If you climb one, you might see the caravan's lanterns scattered like fallen stars, beads of light trailing off until they vanish behind a ridge that will not be there tomorrow. Some travelers who cross these sands today say they still find bits of rope half buried in drifts, broken tent stakes worn smooth by time, beads of glass polished by the endless hush. They hold these relics in their palms, wondering what it felt like to walk in a line that never stopped, hoping for a wellspring just beyond the next dune. And you standing here tonight feel that same hush settle in your bones. Your thoughts drift like footprints the wind erases before you can turn to find them. Your breath matches the soft chime of the camel's bell, the low crackle of the old man's fire, the quiet hum of the dunes pressing close around the caravan that still waits for a path no map can promise. This is your piece of the sands tonight, another quiet step in this patient, endless, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow. Let the hush drift deeper into your chest. Let your thoughts wander down a trail that never needs to reach an end. The caravan will keep moving, and the hush will carry you with it, soft and safe through the sands. Follow the caravan as it moves once more, a line of shadows slipping across dunes that rise and fall like the quiet breath of the earth. The moon hangs above, half hidden behind wisps of drifting clouds, a pale eye watching the hush settle over each footstep before the wind smooths it away. Ahead, the lead camel steps carefully along the ridge of a dune, its broad feet pressing just deep enough to hold its weight, but never enough to resist the shifting sands below. A bell tied around its neck swings gently, the soft chime swallowed by the hush before it can wake those who drift along behind. At the caravan's edge, an old merchant rides with his head bowed, eyes half closed as if he's listening not for sound, but for the quiet itself, the hush that hums through the dunes, wrapping around the camels, around the maps tucked inside dusty saddlebags, around every hope that never needed to be spoken out loud. The moonlight catches on the brass studs of a chest tied tight behind him. Inside lie beads of amber, bits of silk dyed with colors that no longer matter in a desert where color fades faster than memory. Yet he keeps them close, treasures meant for a market far beyond the dunes, a place that exists now only in the quiet space between one dune and the next. Beside the merchant rides a young woman wrapped in linen that billows when the wind finds her. In her hands she holds a small clay jar, its rim cracked by the dry heat of days spent under a sun too wide to love anyone for long. Sometimes she lifts the lid and peers inside, a single pomegranate seed, shriveled but bright, a reminder that even in the hush, something red can hold its color for a little while. When the caravan stops, they gather near a low ridge where the sand drifts against stone the way the ocean kisses the shore. Blankets are spread. Lanterns are staked into the ground, their flames bobbing in the breeze like fireflies that do not mind the hush at all. A child traces shapes in the sand with a stick, lines that loop and swirl until the wind slides in to erase them, leaving only smooth dunes behind. He does not cry when the shapes disappear. He only starts again, the hush teaching him that nothing is lost when it drifts away softly enough. At the edge of the camp, the camels kneel into the sand, their sides rising and falling in slow, patient rhythm. Now and then, one lifts its head to look into the dark, eyes reflecting the moonlight before it settles back down, content to sleep beneath a sky that never calls their names. Some say that if you stand far enough away, you can see the lanterns flicker like stars that fell into the desert and chose not to climb back up. Tiny dots of gold moving in a line that drifts forward even when the wind whispers that the dunes will change by morning. And you, standing here tonight, feel that same hush wrap around your shoulders. Your thoughts slip down the ridge like grains of sand, each one soft enough to lose without worry, each one folded into the quiet that never asks you where you're going or when you'll arrive. This is your stretch of the sands tonight, another wandering mile in this endless, patient, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow. Let the hush carry you like a camel's careful steps across dunes that know how to hold secrets better than any map ever could. The caravan moves on, and the hush moves with you, soft, safe, and waiting for sleep to find you when you're ready. Stay with the caravan a little longer, drifting alongside its slow, patient line as it weaves through the dunes under a sky so wide it feels like a blanket stitched from moonlight and hush. Near the middle of the caravan, a cluster of camels kneel in a hollow between dunes, their broad feet pressed deep into the cool sand. They grunt softly now and then, breath pluming in the cold night air before it disappears into the hush that waits to swallow every sound. A small fire flickers at the heart of the camp. Its flames catch on the metal rim of a battered pot, sending shadows dancing across the faces of those who sit close. Shoulders hunched against the chill, spices drift up in curls of steam, mixing with the dry scent of the sand and the faint tang of smoke. Around the fire, stories are told, but not loudly. Words fall like grains of salt on the breeze, caught and carried away almost as soon as they are spoken. An old man remembers a city by the sea, its rooftops gleaming white under the sun, the taste of fresh dates pressed into his palms by a child whose name he no longer says aloud. Beside him, a young boy listens with his eyes half closed, tracing the lines of dunes with his fingertip in the sand, each shape folding into the next until the wind wipes it all smooth again. Sometimes he asks if they are close to the oasis, and the hush answers for the grown-ups who have stopped trying to promise what the desert never keeps. A woman hums a song with no words. Her voice drifts above the flames, curling through the hush like a breeze that knows how to carry secrets farther than the dunes can reach. She wears a bracelet of tiny bells around her wrist, but they do not ring. The hush is too strong tonight, pressing each chime back into silence before it can find the air. Beyond the fire's circle, a single lantern sways from a tall stake. Its light trembles on the canvas of a tent that was once bright with dye, but now wears the same pale color as the sand. Sand that seeps into every seam. Inside that tent, an old map lies spread across a chest. Its edges are frayed, corners weighted by stones so the wind cannot fold them shut. The ink has faded to a ghost of a line that once promised wells brimming with clear water, date palms swaying in the breeze, traders waiting with jars of honey and copper coins ready to trade for silks brought from far, far away. No one trusts the map anymore, yet they keep it open because hope, like a hush, can be a kind of comfort when there is no other guide. Outside, the camels shift in the sand, dark shapes with eyes that reflect the faint glow of the stars above. One lifts its head and snorts softly, as if reminding the night that they too are part of this patient drifting, a slow journey that loops through dunes like a story that never finds its final page. And you, standing here tonight, feel the hush settle into your ribs, your shoulders, the small thoughts you carried too tightly before you stepped onto this soft, shifting path. Your breath moves like the sand, slow, quiet, slipping into the folds of the night without a sound. This is your place among the dunes tonight, another hush-filled mile in this endless, gentle, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow. Let the fire warm your mind. Let the map stay open, its lines drifting away with each heartbeat. Let the hush remind you that sometimes being lost can feel softer than being found. The caravan moves on. The dunes shift. The hush keeps you safe. When the fire burns low, the hush grows thicker, folding around the travelers like an old blanket worn soft by countless nights under the desert's shifting sky. Sparks drift up, catch for a moment in the breeze, then vanish among stars, so far away they do not bother to call down any answers. A boy curls closer to the embers, his eyes flickering open just enough to watch the last pieces of wood turn to ash. Beside him, the old merchant who spoke of the city by the sea has fallen silent, chin resting on his chest, dreams hidden behind eyelids that do not twitch, as if the hush has pressed every story back into the folds of his robes. A few steps away, the camels doze on their knees, their sides rising and falling like small dunes that breathe. One snorts softly in sleep, the bell at its neck shifting just enough to promise a chime that never comes, caught in the hush before it can find the night air. Beyond the circle of faint light, the dunes loom larger, walls of sand that shift shape with every sigh of wind. Some stand so tall they catch the moon's pale glow and spill it back down the slopes like a promise of water that never quite reaches the bottom. There are stories that say these dunes were once palaces, built by kings who believed they could tame the desert by ringing bronze bells from towers high enough to speak to the stars. But the sand swallowed the palaces, the bells, the towers, leaving only the hush, endless and soft. A lullaby for those who still walk here, hoping the dunes will open a path that does not close behind them. Near the sleeping camels, a girl sits cross-legged, tracing shapes in the sand. She presses her thumb into the grains, then her palm, then drags her fingers through the print to make petals of a flower that will bloom only until the next breeze finds it. Sometimes she hums a tune too quiet to echo. On her wrist, she wears a strip of cloth knotted around a single bead. Red glass, polished smooth by years of being turned over and over in her palm, when the wind rises and the stars feel too far away. If you stand beside her now, you might feel how the hush holds you both. A pocket of quiet so deep it makes your heartbeat sound louder than the bells tied around the camels' necks. You would see that each breath drifts out into the night like a trail the wind erases, soft enough that the dunes do not mind. At the far edge of the camp, an old lantern flickers on a stake planted in the sand. Its light is too small to reach the tallest dune, too faint to guide the caravan home, but it does not need to. It glows for those who sit close, who need only to see each other's shadows, gentle shapes pressed against the hush like secrets no wind can carry away. And you, here tonight, feel that same hush in your bones. Your thoughts lie down beside the embers, beside the camel's soft breathing, beside the girl's small flower that will fade when the breeze comes again. This is your drift through the sands tonight, another quiet stretch in this old, endless, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow. Let the hush settle on your shoulders like grains of sand that do not weigh you down. Let your mind trace paths that never need to end, never need to be found. The caravan rests, the dunes wait, the hush holds you safe until morning, and maybe long after that. When dawn comes, it does not shout. It slips in quietly, brushing pale light across the dunes, painting the caravan in soft shadows that stretch and fade as the sun lifts its head above the endless sea of sand. The embers from the night's fire glow faint, buried beneath a thin layer of drifted dust. A boy stirs, lifting his cheek from where it pressed into a blanket, eyes blinking at the hush that feels thicker now, a hush that does not break, even when the first camel shifts its weight, groaning softly into the dawn. The girl who traced flowers in the sand is awake too, her bead glinting faintly on her wrist. She brushes away what's left of her drawing with the flat of her hand, leaving the dunes smooth again, as if it never held her small dream for the night. Nearby, the old merchant stands at the edge of camp, his back bent slightly as he watches the horizon where dunes stack one atop another, their edges lined in gold by the early sun. In his hand, he holds the corner of the map, its lines as faded as the memory of the city he once described by the sea. He does not unfold it. He knows the dunes will not wait for ink to find its place again. Slowly, the caravan rouses. Blankets are shaken out, the last crumbs of dried fruit and bread brushed from the folds. A woman ties down the lids of baskets, their contents now lighter than when the journey began. Beads traded for water, silks bartered for dry dates. Small hopes swapped for nights of hush that could not be bought with coin alone. The camels rise one by one, long legs unfolding, snorts drifting into the hush that hums through the morning air. They stretch their necks toward the low ridge ahead, as if they too have learned that the next dune is enough, that tomorrow is never more than a promise whispered into the wind. Before they move on, the girl stoops to tuck her bead into a fold of cloth at her waist. It knocks gently against her hip as she walks, a tiny echo that rings softer than any bell could in the hush that travels with them. The line forms again, patient shadows stitched together by the low sun. No footprints mark the path for long. Each step pressed into the sand is lifted by the breeze that slides over the ridges, pulling the past back into the dunes before the caravan can glance behind. Some say the desert keeps these footprints tucked away, hidden in the deep belly of the dunes where they rest beside old bones of camels that carried too much, beside bits of pottery smoothed to pebbles by centuries of wind. Tiny secrets, wrapped in hush, waiting for no one. You, standing here tonight, can almost feel that hush under your feet. You can sense the weight of all the stories that sink into sand, the promise that not every path needs to be found, that drifting can be a kind of home when the wind learns your name. So stand here as long as you wish. Feel the hush press into your shoulders like the warmth of the sun rising behind you. Watch the caravan lean into its next mile, no map wide enough to contain its wandering, no bell loud enough to wake the dunes that choose which secrets to keep. This is your soft trail through the sands tonight, another patient mile in this endless, gentle, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow. Let the hush carry you forward like a camel's steady step. Let your thoughts slip behind you like footprints the wind never needs to return. The caravan drifts on, the dunes hold your secrets, and the hush waits, always ready to carry you deeper when your eyes begin to close. The sun climbs slowly now, laying its pale warmth across the caravan. As it drifts forward, a thin line of shadows moving over dunes that shift like waves in an ocean too dry to remember its shore. Each step presses soft marks into the sand, marks that fade before the next camel lifts its foot. Bells tied to thick leather straps bump gently against woolly necks, but the hush holds their chime close, pressing every note into the space between one breath and the next. Near the front of the line, the old merchant tucks the faded map back into the folds of his robe. His eyes scan the dunes ahead, but he no longer searches for the shape of an oasis or the glint of a distant well. He has learned that the hush is the only guide that matters now, a quiet promise that drifting can be a kind of direction all its own. Beside him, the girl with the single bead walks barefoot in the cool morning sand. Her footprints are small, and each one holds for a moment before the wind smooths it away like a story whispered to the dunes. She hums as she walks, a tune so soft it lives only inside her chest, never loud enough to wake the sleeping secrets buried beneath the sand. As the sun rises higher, the caravan pauses at the base of a tall dune. Camels kneel once more, packs shifted to rest against their broadsides. A few travelers gather near a thin strip of shade cast by a jutting ridge, a narrow shelter that cools their faces and folds the hush deeper around them. Here, an old water skin passes from hand to hand. Its leather is cracked and patched in places, but each sip that drifts from its spout feels precious enough to taste like honey. A child giggles when a drop spills onto his chin, a sound so light it dances above the hush before sinking back down to sleep among the grains of sand. Nearby, the woman with the clay jar kneels in the sand, tracing her thumb along its cracked rim. She taps it softly, as if listening for a voice inside, a promise that the pomegranate seed she keeps is still waiting, patient as any dune, for the hush to offer rain that never comes. Farther back, a boy rests his cheek against a camel's warm flank, eyes half closed as the hush hums through his thoughts. His fingers curl in the coarse fur, feeling the steady rise and fall of the animal's breath. A lullaby stronger than any word, softer than any map. Somewhere up the ridge, the wind begins to stir, lifting tiny swirls of sand that drift like ghosts across the caravan's resting place. Each swirl carries secrets, footprints, laughter, the quiet weight of hopes that have learned not to speak too loudly when the desert is listening. And you, standing here tonight, feel that hush brush your ribs, your shoulders, your eyelids. Your thoughts drift like grains of sand caught in a breeze that asks nothing more of you than to breathe slow, to stand still, to let the hush remember you better than any caravan ever could. This is your pause beneath the dune tonight, another quiet moment in this old, patient, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow. Feel the hush fill the space between your thoughts. Let your worries drift like footprints the dunes will cradle until they fade. The caravan will rise again. The camels will stand, the footprints will vanish. The wind will hum its soft promise that the hush is the safest guide of all. And you can rest, right here where the sand holds every secret like a lullaby that never needs to be sung aloud. When the sun leans westward, the caravan stirs once more. Blankets are folded into bundles tied with thin strips of leather. Empty water skins are tucked carefully back into bags that hang at the camel's sides. Light now, but carried forward all the same, because in the desert, even emptiness can be a treasure worth keeping. The camels stand slowly, one after the other, long legs unfolding as if they have all the time in the world. A few snort softly, blowing warm air across the sand, before lowering their heads to nose at stray twigs or patches of thorn that grow stubborn in places no map ever marks. The girl with the bead wraps her shawl tighter around her shoulders. She tugs the cloth from her wrist, runs her thumb over the small red glass, and ties it again with a knot that holds the hush like a promise. When she walks, the bead taps against her skin, a sound too faint to break the silence, a note folded into the quiet that drifts around every step. At the front of the line, the old merchant raises his eyes to the horizon, where the dunes lean close together like whispers spoken by an old friend. He lifts his hand, fingers brushing the air as if tracing lines only he can see. Routes that once led to markets buzzing with coins and bright cloth and voices that rose louder than the hush. But the hush has learned to hold those voices too. It carries them forward in the soft shuffle of the camel's feet, in the dry rustle of linen robes brushing against weathered saddles, in the way each breath seems to pause before it drifts out to join the wind. They move again, slow and steady, a line of shadows sewn across the sand. No songs rise up to greet the sun's fading warmth. No bells clang loud enough to wake the dunes. Only the hush keeps them company, folding every thought and every footfall into its patient arms. As they travel, they pass a small cluster of stones. Half-buried markers someone placed long ago. No words remain, no carvings still clear enough to promise who rested there or why. The dunes have pressed their edges smooth, tucking them into the hush the way the wind presses secrets under drifting grains. A boy pauses near the stones, his hand hovering just above the top rock. He does not move it. Instead, he leaves a single sprig of dry brush tucked beside it. A gift too small to change anything, yet big enough to remind the hush that someone once stood here and listened. Beyond the stones, the dunes rise again, taller now, their slopes painted in long shadows that slip across the caravan's path. The camels grunt, shifting packs on their sides, but they keep moving, as if they know that the hush is strongest when no one tries to measure the miles left to go. And you standing here tonight, feel the hush settle deeper in your chest. Your thoughts move like the caravan's footprints, pressing soft into your mind, then slipping away before you can follow too far. This is your stretch of sand tonight, another step in this quiet, endless, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow, let the hush hold you steady while the wind smooths your worries flat. Let each footstep fade into the dunes that promise no path and no end. Only the soft drift of the caravan lost to the sands, and the hush that always knows the way. The sun dips lower now, painting the dunes in long ribbons of shadow that stretch like soft fingers across the sand. The hush grows thicker in this hour, the hush that knows how to hold every footstep, every whispered hope, every faint rustle of cloth drawn tighter when the wind breathes cool against warm skin. The caravan pauses again near a crescent-shaped dune where the sand curves around them like a cradle. Here, the camels kneel slowly, shifting their weight with a grunt and the creak of leather straps. Packs are slid to the ground, the hush swallowing even the soft thud of cloth and wood pressing into the sand. A small fire is coaxed to life at the center of the camp. Its light flickers against faces drawn quiet by days under the sun and nights under the hush. Faces that lean close together now, not to break the silence, but to feel how it settles between them like a blanket they share. The old merchant sits near the flame, map spread across his knees one more time. In the fire's glow, the lines look like rivers that once knew where to flow, but now they bend and drift, just as lost as the caravan that carries them. He traces one route with a fingertip, roughened by years of holding reins, lifting packs, tying knots that came undone each time the dunes chose to shift. But when he closes his eyes, he sees no cities on the other side, only the hush, waiting, patient as the desert that hums through every breath. Beside him, the girl with the bead cups, her hands around the tiny flame. She tilts her wrist just enough to let the red glass catch the firelight. It glows for a moment, a spark folded into a hush so wide no bell could ever ring loud enough to wake it. A boy sits cross-legged near the camels, humming to himself. His tune rises like a single thread, weaving in and out of the hush until it becomes part of it. No words, no chorus, just a small reminder that some songs live best when they drift too soft to remember. Beyond the fire's circle, the dunes lean closer together as the wind lifts a thin veil of sand that slips over the resting caravan. It coats the packs, the footprints, the small stone marker someone placed near the girl's bead when she was too young to know why people leave pieces of themselves behind. No one brushes the sand away. They know it is kinder to let the hush have what it asks for. A hush that wraps each secret in warmth, folds each hope into the dunes where it can rest without ever needing to bloom. And you, standing here tonight, feel that same hush settle deeper around your bones. Your thoughts drift like the wind slipping across the ridges, pausing only to hum against your ribs before falling still. You understand, just for a moment, how soft it can be to be lost. Not lost to fear, but lost to the hush that holds you steady, even when the dunes move and the map fades and the footsteps behind you fade too. This is your fireside tonight, another circle of warmth in this endless, gentle, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow, let the hush press into your eyelids, into the quiet corners of your mind that no longer need to find the way. Let the fire flicker and fade. The caravan rest, the dunes lean close to listen. In the hush, there is no hurry. The sands wait for no one, and yet they hold you all the same. When the last flames of the small fire turn to embers, the hush settles thick and warm around the caravan. A hush that feels older than any map, softer than any song the bells could have rung if they had not been left behind so far from these sands. The travelers lie down one by one, pressing their backs into the dunes that cradle them like old friends. Blankets pulled to shoulders, hands tucked under cheeks. Each breath slips into the hush until it feels like the desert is breathing with them. Slow, patient, unbothered by the drifting that never finds an end. The camels kneel close, legs folded under wide bellies, long necks curved gently toward the earth. Now and then one shifts and groans, a bell at its neck promising a chime that never quite escapes the hush. Near the dying fire, the old merchant leans back against a pack. The map lies folded beside him, its faded lines tucked away in the shadows like dreams that no longer need to be unrolled. He hums a tune that no one else remembers, a song he once heard in a market beside a wide blue sea. But here, it melts into the hush, a note folded into a dune that will drift before dawn. The girl with the bead sleeps beside him, her hand curled around the red glass like a small promise she can keep even when the hush grows deeper than dreams. The bead bumps gently against her wrist when she turns, but the sound is too quiet to wake even the wind. Beyond them, the boy rests near the camels, cheek pressed to a warm flank that rises and falls in time with the hush. His small tune is gone now, but the hush remembers. It hums through the fur, slips into the sand, drifts up to the ridge where the stars hang like distant lanterns no caravan could ever reach. And far above, the dunes lean closer together under the moon's careful gaze. They know the footprints will be gone by sunrise, the stones half buried again, the path forward just another line swallowed by the hush that loves to keep secrets. They say that sometimes, if you stand where the dunes open wide enough to show the old caravan's resting place, you might see a flicker of light, a single lantern swaying from a stake long abandoned, a fire that never truly goes out but drifts through the hush like a memory too kind to leave. Or you might hear the bells, not the clang of iron, but the soft chime of beads knocking together on a girl's wrist, the promise of a note that drifts away before it can wake the sand. And you, here tonight, stand among them. You feel the hush fold around your shoulders, slip into the hollow behind your ribs, press against your eyes until each blink feels softer than the dunes themselves. No maps to trace, no footprints to follow, no need to arrive anywhere at all. Just this hush, this patient drift through an ocean of sand that keeps every story tucked safe under its shifting skin. So breathe slow. Let your thoughts sink like footprints in the dark. Let your hopes drift like grains of sand across the camels' broad backs. Let your dreams find the hush that hums through every dune, every step, every mile that leads nowhere and everywhere all at once. This is your ending tonight. The last quiet mile in this old, gentle, boring history for sleep. A caravan lost not to fear, but to the hush that knows how to hold you safe. Sleep well, sleep slow. May the dunes cradle your thoughts and the hush sing you home. Are you still awake with me tonight? Or are your thoughts already wandering in quiet corners no map can reach? This is your soft moment to drift deeper, wrapped in another piece of boring history for sleep. Tonight, let's find our way through the dust and hush of the library without a name. They say if you follow the narrow lane behind the old clock tower, past walls draped in ivy that hum with rain, even on dry days, you might find a door you do not remember seeing before. A door of wood so pale it almost glows in the dusk. Its hinges so quiet they sigh instead of creak when you slip inside. Beyond that door, the hush settles on your shoulders like a soft shawl. The air smells of paper pressed flat by time, of candle wax burned down to stubs and left in iron holders. No one moves anymore. Above you, shelves climb to ceilings so high they vanish into shadows that breathe gently when you look up too long. There is no sign to greet you, no name carved into the lintel above the door, no librarian waiting behind a desk to ask your reason for coming. Only rows and rows of books that tilt against each other like old friends who have shared too many secrets to ever stand apart. Some say these books were written by no one, that the hush itself wrote their words while the world turned too fast to notice. Each spine bears no title, only faint marks pressed into leather that softens under your fingertips when you trace them in the half-light. A single candle flickers on a low table. Its flame dances, sending small waves of gold across pages left open, as if someone meant to return and never did. A line of script curls across the yellowed paper, a language you do not know but somehow understand, your breath catching at the way each letter feels like a question you no longer need to answer. Footsteps echo, but they are yours alone. The hush folds around them, tucking them into the worn carpet that runs between shelves. If you listen carefully, you might hear a page turn somewhere deep inside, a soft rustle that reminds you that not every story needs a voice to be heard. Somewhere near the back of the library, a ladder leans against a shelf so tall it might hold stories never meant to be found. Rungs polished by hands that have reached and reached, hoping the next book might carry the map they forgot they were looking for. And you, standing here tonight, feel that hush slip into your ribs. Slow your heartbeat to the rhythm of dust drifting through a beam of candlelight. There is no door to close behind you, no librarian to ask you to leave when dawn presses its face against the windows you cannot see. This is your place tonight, another corner of this patient, hidden, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow, let your thoughts drift like pages left open too long. Let the hush of the library fold you deeper than any name could hold. Stay a while longer in the hush of this place. Let your footsteps drift deeper between shelves that lean gently against each other, as if they too are tired of holding up so many stories that never needed to be read all at once. A small window, round as the moon, glows near the far wall. Its glass is rippled like water caught mid-breath, blurring the outside world until it feels as distant as a dream you half remember when you wake. Below the window sits an old desk, not polished, not grand, just a slab of wood softened by elbows and fingertips that rested here long before you. An open book lies at its center, spine cracked but not broken, pages covered in a script so delicate it looks like threads stitched into paper instead of ink. A single candle flickers beside it, flame bowing now and then to the hush that moves through the library like a careful ghost. Wax pools at its base, spilling slowly over the brass holder until it hardens into a ripple that no one scrapes away. If you lean close, you might see notes written in the margins, small symbols and half-finished words that drift between the lines like quiet footsteps left behind by someone who once tried to find an answer here and fell asleep instead. A chair waits by the desk, its cushion faded, its back carved with patterns that mean nothing and everything all at once. No one will mind if you sit. No one will ask you to speak your name or write it in a ledger or promise to bring the book back when you're done. In this library, nothing is borrowed. Nothing is owned. Stories drift from shelf to shelf, from page to page, from thought to hush and back again, never needing to be held tight to matter. Beyond the desk, the shelves bend into a quiet hallway lined with ladders you could climb if you wished. Each rung creaks, but the sound folds into the hush before it can echo too far. A few books rest open on the highest ledge, spines so old they bend like bowing heads, pages turning themselves when the draft finds them just right. Some say there is a corner of this library where no one has ever stepped, a place so deep in the hush that even the dust has forgotten how to rise. They say if you stand there long enough, The walls breathe back every story you ever held too tight to tell. And you, sitting here now, feel that hush settle warm against your ribs. You trace a fingertip along the edge of the open page, feeling each word like a heartbeat that never rushes. This is your corner tonight, another patient nook in this gentle, hidden, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow. Let the hush turn each page for you. Let the window blur the world you left behind. Let the library without a name hold you exactly where you need to be. No questions asked, no name spoken, no door waiting to close. Stay seated for a while, if you wish. The chair beneath you does not mind your weight. It remembers every soul who paused here before you, elbows on the desk, breath warm against pages that never rushed them to finish. The hush drifts through the open window now, a breeze so gentle it stirs only the top corner of a page, before folding itself back into the shadows. Dust motes swirl in the candlelight, tiny specks that drift like lost words waiting to land where they belong. Beyond the desk, you notice a row of low shelves half hidden by a curtain of frayed velvet. When you slip past the fabric, it brushes your shoulder like the sleeve of a friend who does not ask why you've come. Here, the books are smaller, spines wrapped in soft cloth that frays at the edges, pages edged in gold that catches the faint light and gives it back in whispers. You run your finger along the spines, no titles, no letters at all, only threads and worn corners that promise every story here will stay exactly where you need it to be, unread or read, spoken or silent. A small table stands in the middle of this hidden alcove. Its surface is scarred by candle burns and deep scratches left by quills that press too hard, yet it feels steady under your hand, steady in a way that reminds you that not everything needs to be new to hold you well. On the table rests a bundle tied with twine. If you untie it, you find letters. Single sheets folded in half, ink faded to brown, edges worn soft by fingers that once traced each line in the hush of this very room. You unfold one. The words do not belong to you, and yet you understand them the way you understand the hush. Each sentence a small promise that someone else once breathed here, hoping the library would keep what they could not carry home. Some say the letters rearrange themselves when no one is looking, that the hush knows which words to keep close to each other, which memories need to lie side by side in the dark, stitched together by nothing more than time and the quiet that binds it. You rest your palm over the paper. Feel how it warms under your skin, how the hush holds your heartbeat steady when your thoughts grow too loud. Beyond the curtain, the shelves stretch farther than you first saw, a labyrinth of pages and shadows, ladders leaning against walls you cannot see the end of. Somewhere deep in that maze, the hush folds itself around corners no footsteps ever reach. A place where stories sleep without names, without spines, without anyone asking when they'll be told. And you here tonight feel yourself drift closer to that place. Your thoughts settle into the spaces between shelves. Your breath matches the hush. Your eyes slip half closed as the candle flickers beside the open letters. This is your hidden corner tonight. Another quiet passage in this patient, nameless, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow. Let the letters rest under your palm. Let the hush carry your own words deeper than any page could hold. Let the library without a name remind you that you never needed one to find your place here. When you stand, the hush follows, brushing your shoulders like a soft hand that asks nothing more than for you to stay as long as you wish. You leave the little table and its letters behind, but somehow you know they will keep every word safe, folded under the hush, waiting for the next quiet soul who needs to touch a sentence just once before drifting on. You step back through the velvet curtain, its edge grazing your cheek, a whisper of warmth against the cool air that always lives between these shelves. Out here, the library feels wider than before, the rows of books bending into shadowed alcoves, ladders leaning at impossible angles, rungs worn smooth by countless quiet climbs. Your footsteps press into the old carpet that runs between shelves like a path you cannot lose. Each step makes the hush shift around you, gathering your breath, your thoughts, your smallest worries, and tucking them gently into corners where even the dust does not stir. At the end of one row stands a tall cabinet of glass. Its panes are fogged in places, fingerprints smudged here and there as if someone once leaned close, searching for something they could never name. Inside, the shelves hold objects that do not belong to any catalog. Small stones with words etched so faintly they look like veins. scraps of cloth embroidered with single letters, locks of hair wrapped in silk, keys that open no visible door. Some say each object is a fragment of a story too big to write down, a piece carried here by someone who could not bear its weight alone. The hush accepted them all, tucked them behind glass so they could rest, untouched yet never quite forgotten. You stand before the cabinet and watch your own reflection shift in the wavering glass. For a moment, you imagine slipping your worries inside, folded like a letter, tied like a lock of hair, tucked among the others so the hush can hold them for you when you are too tired to carry them back out. Beyond the cabinet, another window waits. Tall, arched, its panes cracked in places where the night air finds its way in. Outside, the world is soft and blurred, a garden you cannot see clearly, shapes of trees bent under moonlight, paths overgrown with ivy that hums in the dark. A wooden bench sits below the window, its seat worn to a shine by people who rested here just long enough to watch dawn press pale fingers against the glass. If you sit, you can lean your head back, feel the hush settle over your eyelids, feel your breath slip into the same slow rhythm that drifts through the library's tallest shelves. No bells ring here, no clock chimes the hour, no name waits to be spoken at the door you forgot you came through. Only the hush, the gentle, patient hush that wraps each story, each thought, each quiet heartbeat in a silence soft enough to hold you until you drift away. This is your window tonight, another hidden nook in this endless, nameless, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow, let your reflection blur in the glass, let your thoughts rest behind the cabinet door, let the hush remind you that you belong here, without title, without question, without a single sound to break the calm. Sit here a little longer if you wish. Let your back press into the wood of the bench, its grain worn smooth by years of quiet shoulders, leaning back to watch the hush fold itself against the window glass. Outside, the garden drifts under the moon's patient gaze. Low hedges bend toward each other, their leaves rustling only when the hush decides to step outside for a moment, brushing petals and branches in a language softer than any book could hold. Some say the garden once held a fountain, a stone basin that sang in the night, its water slipping over mossy edges while readers inside the library traced words that never dried. Now the basin is empty, its cracked lip cradling ivy that drinks the hush instead. Near your feet, an old book lies closed on the bench. Its cover is pale leather, corners rounded by countless hands that carried it from shelf to window, from window to hidden alcove, from hidden alcove back to the hush that always waits. You run your fingertips along the spine, feeling the faint ridges where the thread holds it together, thread so thin it seems a breath could break it, yet it endures, page after page pressed tight but never rushed. If you open it, the pages sigh, the way old paper does when it remembers every thumb that turned it, every breath that lingered above its quiet ink. There is no title on the first page, only a single line drifting across the top like a half-finished thought. Words are safest where the hush can hold them. You read it once, then close the cover, the hush folding around your shoulders in approval. There is no need to finish a story that already lives inside you, stitched between your ribs, the way the pages are stitched into the spine. A faint breeze slips through the cracked window pane, brushing your cheek, tugging a single strand of hair that drifts across your forehead before falling back into place. It carries the hush deeper into your chest, quieting thoughts that never needed to be spoken aloud. Beyond the bench, the shelves wait. Rows of ladders lean against them like gentle spines themselves, each rung polished by feet that climb just high enough to find one more secret to carry back to the window seat. Somewhere deep in the library's hush, a candle flickers behind a shelf you cannot see from here, its flame bending low, then rising again as if bowing to the hush that keeps it company. No one watches it burn down. No one snuffs it out when dawn comes creeping in. And you, here tonight, feel the hush slip behind your eyelids, your breath slow and steady like the pages pressed tight in the book at your side. This is your bench tonight, another soft place in this patient, timeless, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow, let the hush drift through the cracked window, let your thoughts stay tucked between the pages you never needed to read to understand. And if you stand again, the library without a name will hold your place, just in case you wish to return, when the hush calls you home. Rise slowly now, the hush drifting with you as you leave the bench by the window. Your shadow slips across the floor like a bookmark left behind, a quiet promise that this corner will wait for you, no matter how many footsteps take you deeper into the shelves. You wander past rows that lean closer the farther you go, their books pressed shoulder to shoulder, pages whispering in the draft that breathes through cracks in the old stone walls. Here, the hush grows thicker, softening the edges of every sound. The faint scuff of your shoe, the creak of a ladder rung as you pass. A narrow corridor appears between two shelves, so narrow you must turn your shoulders to slip through. Your fingertips brush leather spines warm from the hush that settles here, like dust no one dares to sweep away. At the end of this corridor, a small alcove opens, a hollow in the shelves where the hush has collected so deep it almost hums. An old armchair sits waiting, its cushions sunken just enough to welcome your weight without complaint. A knitted blanket, thin but warm, is draped across one arm, strands pulled loose in places where restless fingers once found comfort in the weave. You settle into the chair and pull the blanket across your lap. It smells faintly of candle wax, dry paper, and the hush itself. A scent that reminds you of stories too quiet to be written down, secrets left behind on shelves that lean into the shadows. Beside the chair, a small table holds a stack of books, none taller than your hand. Each one is tied shut with a ribbon, silk faded to a color that once might have been blue or green or gold. The ribbons are frayed, but their knots hold steady, as if the stories inside know they can rest here without being untied. You choose one at random, lay your palm on its cover, and feel the hush move under your skin. Not words exactly, but the soft warmth of knowing you do not have to open every page to understand what it keeps. Beyond the alcove, you hear the faint scratch of a quill. Someone, somewhere deep in the shelves, still writes by candlelight, ink pooling in careful strokes that will be tucked away when the hush decides the story is ready to sleep too. Some say that writer never leaves, that they drift from table to table, desk to desk, tracing half-finished lines that no one will read, but everyone will feel each time they sit in the hush. You close your eyes, blanket tucked under your chin, book resting in your lap like a heartbeat folded in cloth and thread. The hush slips into the spaces between your ribs, presses behind your eyelids, soothes the small knots of thought you forgot you carried. This is your alcove tonight, another soft hollow in this patient, timeless, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow, let the hush turn the pages for you. Let the stories stay tied with ribbons you never need to untie. Let the library without a name remind you. Sometimes the gentlest stories are the ones that never say a word at all. Stay tucked in the chair a little longer, blanket gathered under your chin like a soft secret you do not have to share. The hush thickens here, folded into the worn fabric, the deep cushion that remembers every dream once carried away on its faded threads. Outside the small alcove, the corridor waits, a thin hallway lined with shelves that lean so close they almost touch above your head, like two old friends bowing their foreheads together to keep the hush warm. You rest your hand on the book in your lap, its ribbon smooth under your fingertips. Not tied tight, not to hide the words, but to remind you that not every story needs to be read tonight. Some stories do their best work just resting quietly, pressed close to your chest, while your breath slows to match the hush that lives inside these walls. A small lamp glows beside you, its glass shade cracked in one corner where a line of light slips out to paint soft patterns on the floor. Motes of dust float through the beam, drifting like tiny paper scraps, cut from pages no one finished, but everyone still remembers. If you listen closely, you might hear the faintest creak, the sound of that hidden quill scratching somewhere deeper in the shelves, its nib tracing slow circles, loops that never close because the hush does not need endings. They say that deep in this library, past ladders that reach the rafters, past alcoves that hold chairs and blankets like the one you found, there is a single room no one has ever mapped. A room where the walls are lined not with books, but with pieces of parchment pinned like leaves drying in the sun. Some pages hold only one word, pressed into the center like a seed waiting to grow in the hush. Others bear lines so faint you could read them only by closing your eyes, letting the hush slip them under your ribs like dreams that drift in when sleep comes slow. No one knows who pins those pages there. No one needs to know. The library without a name does not ask questions. It only gathers what you cannot carry alone, tucks it into corners where the hush promises to keep it safe until you are ready to come back for it. You feel your eyelids grow heavy now, your breath slow and even under the blanket's gentle weight. The book stays unopened, its ribbon trailing across your lap like a thread, stitching you to the hush that hums through every shelf, every stair, every window that watches the moon drift by. Somewhere a candle gutters. Somewhere a page turns all by itself. Somewhere the hush breathes your name so softly it does not need to be spoken at all. This is your chair tonight, another small sanctuary in this endless, hidden, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow. Let the hush keep its promises. Let your thoughts rest like pages pressed flat in the dark. Let the library without a name remind you. Sometimes you find what you need when you stop looking for it at all. When you stand from the chair, the blanket slips from your lap like a whisper, pooling softly across the armrest before settling into the hush that waits to gather it back. Your footsteps carry the warmth of the cushion with you, pressed into the carpet that has held every footfall without ever asking where it was going. The narrow corridor opens into a wider hall where the shelves bend into arches overhead. Books stacked so high they disappear into shadow. Candles line the passage, each flame cupped in a glass jar, each jar etched with words that never quite catch the light, like secrets the hush has promised to keep. As you walk, your fingertips brush the spines of books that lean gently against each other, leather worn soft and edges curled like the corners of old letters tucked into pockets, too small to hold them all. Halfway down the hall, you find a door ajar, its hinges so old they do not creak but sigh when you press it wider. In sync, a round room waits, its walls lined with shelves that curve until they meet again, a circle of pages that hum quietly in the hush. A single chair sits at the center, low and wide, draped in a knitted throw that pools onto the floor like spilled ink. A small table rests beside it, and on that table lies an hourglass turned on its side, sand frozen mid-drift, as if the hush asked time to wait just a little longer. You pick up the hourglass, feel its weight, the cool glass pressing into your palms. When you tilt it, the grains do not move. They stay exactly where they are, a tiny desert forever waiting for a breeze that will never come. Some say this is where the library keeps the moments people forget to carry when they leave, the seconds that slip from pockets, the breaths that fall between words left unspoken. The hush gathers them here, pressed into the glass, safe in a circle of shelves that never run out of space for one more story. You set the hourglass back down and sink into the chair, the knitted throw wrapping itself around your shoulders without needing to be pulled tight. Your eyes drift to the shelves, each row holding books without titles, pages without numbers, stories without edges to cut you open. In this room, you realize there is nothing left to find, nothing to finish, nothing to name. The hush does not want your answers, only the soft shape of your breathing, the slow drift of your thoughts settling into the same silence that hums through the glass, the wood, the leather, the wool. Somewhere behind you, a candle flickers and goes out, leaving only the hush to glow in its place. Somewhere, a page turns, but no footsteps follow. Somewhere, the library folds your name into a corner no one else can see, a promise that you will always belong here, whether you come back or not. This is your circle tonight, another gentle loop in this endless, hidden, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow. Let the hush hold your hours for you. Let the sand stay frozen, the stories stay untold, the pages stay exactly where they are. The library without a name knows. Sometimes the softest ending is no ending at all. Stay here, in the circle, just a while longer. Feel how the hush wraps itself around your shoulders, how it presses gently behind your eyes, until even your thoughts seem to curl up like pages closing at the end of a long night. Outside this round room, the shelves keep their quiet vigil, row upon row leaning into each other, books breathing words that no one will speak out loud. Somewhere in those shadows, a ladder leans against a wall that no one has touched for years, its rungs coated in a fine dust that hums when the hush drifts through. Above you, the ceiling curves so high it disappears into the hush itself. If you look long enough, you might imagine shapes up there, stories spun in cobweb threads, dreams drifting like paper scraps caught between beams that know how to hold secrets without ever letting them fall. Beside your chair, the hourglass waits on its side, grains of sand still frozen in the middle of their journey. You trace a fingertip along the glass, feel the cool smoothness that never warms fully, the hush so patient it does not mind how long the sand stays still. In this place, time bends the way paper does when damp air curls its corners, soft, unhurried, never quite flat. No clock ticks on the wall, no bell rings to call you back to places that need your name spoken aloud. You close your eyes for a moment and feel the hush breathe you in. The small worries you carried here folded neatly into corners, no one will dust away. Your heartbeat sinks into the same slow rhythm as the hush that hums through the shelves, under the floorboards, behind the spines lined up like old friends keeping watch. They say that if you leave something behind in the library without a name, the hush will keep it safe for you. A memory pressed between pages, a sigh hidden in a hollow stare, a hope pinned to a wall where the candlelight never quite reaches. Somewhere deeper in the shelves, the hidden quill scratches out another line you'll never have to read. A single word, a fragment of a thought, a promise that the story will never end. Not because it needs to, but because the hush knows how to carry it forward without ever speaking it aloud. You stand slowly, the knitted throw slipping from your shoulders, pooling across the arm of the chair like a shadow that stays behind when you walk away. You glance at the hourglass one last time, the frozen sand, the stillness that hums louder than any clock ever could. When you step back into the hallway, the hush moves with you, settling into the folds of your sleeves, the quiet spaces behind your ribs, the soft curve of your breath that drifts like candle smoke through the shelves. No footsteps echo in this library, no doors slam shut, no name is called out into the dark. Only the hush, the gentle, patient hush that holds every word you never said, every story you never finished, every question you no longer need to ask. Outside, the garden hums under the moonlight, vines pressing against old stone, flowers bowing their heads into the hush that slips through the cracked window panes. And you carry the library with you now, tucked behind your heartbeat, stitched into your bones like a bookmark you never have to find again. This is your ending tonight, the last soft page in this endless, hidden, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow, let your eyes drift closed. Let the hush keep your place for you, here in the library that never needed a name. Sleep well, sleep deep. And remember, sometimes the quietest story is the one that stays with you long after the last candle has burned down to nothing. Are you still with me tonight? Or are your thoughts already drifting, one tick at a time, into a hush deeper than any hour can hold? You're safe here, wrapped in another piece of boring history for sleep. Tonight, let's listen to the silence that lives inside the clock tower that stopped ticking. In the heart of a town so old its stones forget their own names, a clock tower rises above the roofs, its narrow windows dark, its hands frozen in place against a pale face that has not turned in years. Once, its tick was the heartbeat of every street below. Children learned the rhythm before they knew how to read. Merchants packed away their wares by the hour's chime. Lovers met at the square when the bell hummed its low greeting at dusk. But all clocks grow tired, just like the people who wind them. One winter morning, when frost clung to the iron bell and the gears stiffened in their case, the ticking slowed, shivered, and then fell quiet. A breath held forever at 12 minutes past 3. At first, the town felt the silence like a missing heartbeat. Doors opened to streets that waited for the echo of a chime that never came. Shopkeepers glanced up at the tower and touched their wrists, as if a watch might carry the sound they had lost. Yet the hush crept in, gentle and patient. Footsteps slowed. People learned to listen instead for the soft murmur of pigeons that perched in the tower's rafters, for the whisper of wind slipping through the open arch where the bell used to swing. If you stand in the square now, you might see the old wooden door at the tower's base. Its paint has peeled away in long curls, the keyhole worn smooth by keys no one keeps on a ring anymore. Push it open. It does not protest. Inside, stone steps spiral up into the dark, each one worn to a gentle dip by boots that climb them before the hush claimed the ticking for itself. Lantern light does not reach far here. Instead, the hush guides you upward, your breath matching the rhythm the gears once kept. A rhythm softer now, folded into cobwebs that cling to iron rods, into the dust that gathers on brass cogs waiting for a turn that never comes. Near the top, a trapdoor opens into the belfry. Moonlight slips through the narrow windows, painting the floor in pale shapes that stretch toward the clock's great face. A circle of glass so thin you might believe it would break at a single tick. The hands stay frozen, long iron fingers pointing to a moment that does not pass, a memory pressed into metal the way a heartbeat holds the hush between each pulse. Some say if you stand here long enough, you'll hear it. The faintest click, like a sigh caught in the gears, a promise that the clock still dreams of turning once more. But the hush holds it still, the way sleep holds you now, steady, safe, without hurry. This is your tower tonight. Another quiet hour in this patient, gentle, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow. Let the hush slip between the gears, through your ribs, around your thoughts. Let the clock that stopped ticking remind you, sometimes the quietest hours last the longest. Stay in the belfry a while longer if you wish. Let your fingertips brush the cold brass gears, each tooth worn smooth by the years when they turned without rest, always pushing one more minute toward the edge of the hour. The hush here is different than anywhere else in town. It hums through the beams that cradle the clock's face, slips under the bell that no longer rings, curls around the ropes once pulled by hands that knew the weight of each chime. A narrow window opens to the square below. Through its dusty glass, the town looks softer than you remember. Rooftops stitched together by chimneys that breathe thin threads of smoke into the night, cobblestone streets that shine under the moon's quiet gaze. If you lean closer, you might hear what the ticking used to cover up. The rustle of leaves caught in gutters, the distant creak of shutters closing against the chill. The hush that settles in when the hour's voice goes quiet. Beside the window, an old wooden stool waits. Its legs are uneven, worn smooth at the edges where caretakers once perched to watch the gears turn, oil can balanced on one knee, rag tucked in a pocket that smelled always of brass and time. You can sit here if you like. Rest your palms on your knees, feel the hush press into your shoulders, breathe in the cold air that slips through the cracks where the glass no longer fits just right. Above you, the clock hands hover against the glass, dark iron shapes that point to a moment no one can change. Sometimes a pigeon lands on one, feathers ruffling in the hush before it lifts away again, leaving the hand to its endless stillness. Some say the clock does not mind, that inside its gears, it keeps a heartbeat softer than any tick, a rhythm folded into cobwebs and oil, turning once for every dream that drifts through the square below. Caretakers do not climb these stairs anymore. No one winds the spring. No one lifts the oil can to brush the rust from the cogs. The hush does the work now, holding each piece in place like a lullaby, sung in metal and dust. Far below, a single lantern flickers on a windowsill. Its flame sways in the breeze that finds its way down alleys the clock once counted by the minute. Children sleep behind walls thick enough to keep the chill out, thin enough to let the hush drift through when the tower sighs. And you here tonight feel that same hush inside your ribs, a silence that hums between your thoughts, as patient as the hour that never comes. This is your belfry tonight, another quiet moment in this gentle, hidden, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow, let the gears rest beneath your fingertips, let the ropes lie slack at your feet, let the clock that stopped ticking remind you. Sometimes the hours you hold are the ones that never move at all. When you rise from the stool, the hush rises with you. It gathers at your shoulders, brushes your hair, presses softly behind your ears like a lullaby you forgot you knew. You step away from the window, boots scuffing against the worn planks of the belfry floor. Dust drifts up in a small swirl, catching moonlight that slips through the clock face's thin glass. The same pale glow that once gleamed off the swinging hands as they swept the minutes toward the bell's heavy mouth. Near the far wall, a rope hangs slack from a wooden beam. Its fibers are frayed, each strand split and curled like the fringe of an old blanket tucked away for safekeeping. Long ago, caretakers would pull this rope at dawn and dusk. The bell would answer with a deep, rolling hum that swept down the square, gathering every ear into its circle. Now the rope rests in the hush. It does not need to swing. Its weight presses into the floor, a soft promise that even silence can feel heavy enough to keep you grounded. You wrap your hand around it for a moment. It feels warm in the cold air, as if it remembers every palm that once trusted it to bring the hour home. Beyond the rope, a narrow stair winds up into a smaller chamber above the belfry, the old clockmaker's loft. Few remember it now, but if you climb the steps, each creak folds into the hush that has lived here longer than the hands have been frozen. In the loft, a single workbench sits beneath a low beam. Tiny gears, pins, and scraps of brass lie scattered on a cloth, pieces of time that never found their place in the heart of the clock. A lantern hangs above, its glass dark with soot, the wick curled and dry, waiting for a flame that never comes. You run your fingertips across the workbench. You feel the dents pressed deep into the wood by the clockmaker's careful tools. A faint scent of oil still lingers here, warm and metallic, like the hush turned to liquid, just long enough to keep the gears turning before it settled back into stillness. There is a small wooden box pushed into a corner. Inside, scraps of paper lie folded tight. Yellowed notes, numbers scribbled in lines that drift off the page. No one reads them now. No one needs to. The hush knows every calculation by heart, each fraction of a second the clock once carried between one tick and the next. If you listen closely, you might hear the ghost of the clockmaker's breath, slow and steady, humming between the cogs, reminding you that the hands do not need to move for the tower to hold its place in the dark. You stand there, the hush pressing around your shoulders like an old coat that never loses its warmth. The town below sleeps easy, rooftops tipped with frost, the square blanketed in quiet that the missing chime no longer disturbs. This is your loft tonight, another soft pocket in this patient, gentle, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow, let the rope rest in your palm, let the gears stay scattered on the cloth, let the clock that stopped ticking remind you. Sometimes the quiet work never finished is the gentlest gift of all. Stay in the loft as long as you wish. Let your fingertips drift across the scattered gears, the tiny screws that once held minutes together, the brass pins that pressed against each other like teeth, whispering secrets only the hush could hear. A small window opens above the workbench. Its glass is clouded in places where frost gathers on cold nights, blurring the town below into shapes that do not need names to feel familiar. You lean close, breath misting the pain, watching the rooftops huddle under the hush. The clock has kept for them since its last tick slipped away. In the corner of the loft, an old coat hangs on a nail, dark wool, sleeves threadbare, where elbows bent again and again over tiny tools and half-drawn plans. Some say the clockmaker never took it home, that it waits here still, heavy with the scent of oil and brass, and nights spent listening to gears hum secrets into the hush. Beside the coat, a wooden crate holds empty tins of grease, brushes stiff with dried bristles, bits of cloth darkened by years of wiping away what no longer moved as it should. Each rag still smells faintly warm, as if the hush settled into the fibers when the clock stopped, keeping its memory soft enough to hold. You can sit here, on the edge of the workbench if you like. The hush welcomes you the way it welcomed the clockmaker, folding itself around your shoulders, pressing against your back until your breath matches the slow, patient stillness that lives in the gears below. Above your head, the roof beams creak now and then, not from wind, but from the weight of years pressing down, the quiet promise that this tower will stand whether its hands turn or not. If you close your eyes, you might hear the chime that once rolled through the loft, deep and low, like a bell ringing inside your chest instead of above your head. A heartbeat turned to iron, humming down the stairwell, brushing through the square until every window leaned in to listen. Now the bell holds its breath. The rope sleeps against the wall. The hands hover at 12 minutes past 3, a moment that stretches soft and wide enough to hold every thought you lay down in the hush. Outside the loft, the belfry waits, the frozen face of the clock catching moonlight that drifts through its cracks. The square below dreams under rooftops blanketed in frost, the hush drifting in slow circles around chimneys, pressing against shutters that never mind its weight. And you here tonight feel that hush settle into your bones. A quiet that does not need to tick to remind you that time can hold you steady when you let it stop for a while. This is your loft tonight, another still chamber in this gentle, endless, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow, let the frost blur the town to soft shapes. Let the coat hang just where it waits. Let the clock that stopped ticking remind you, sometimes what rests unfinished keeps the quiet alive for us all. When you stand from the workbench, the hush stands with you, folding around your shoulders like the old coat left behind on its nail, heavy enough to keep you warm without asking you to carry its weight too far. You step down the narrow stair, each creak of the wood slipping softly into the hush that waits on every landing. Dust drifts in slow spirals around your boots, catching stray threads of moonlight that wander through cracks in the stone walls. Back in the belfry, the frozen hands hover just above your head, iron fingers pointing forever to that lost moment. 12 minutes past 3, a promise held in place by gears that sleep instead of turning. A pigeon shifts in the rafters. Its feathers rustle like a soft page turning, then settle again, folded tight against the hush that hums through the wooden beams. Near the bell, the rope still rests where you left it, coiled on the floor, its end frayed by hands that pulled it so many times the fibers grew tired and gave themselves to the hush instead. You walk past the bell, brushing your fingertips along its rim. The metal is cold now, but it remembers the heat of every chime, the breath that rolled through it each time the hammer struck, sending its hum down the tower and out into the waiting square. Beyond the belfry, the stairs lead lower, into the heart of the tower where the great gears once turned. You descend carefully, your hand gliding along the stone wall, fingertips gathering flecks of old mortar, tiny grains that feel like the hush pressed into dust. At the base of the tower, a small workshop waits. Different from the loft above, darker, thicker with the hush that settled here first when the final tick fell silent. A wooden shelf holds jars of oil gone thick and dark, brushes stiff as straw, small boxes lined with scraps of wire, and pins too small to count. A single lantern sits on a crate, its glass smoked from years of burning, the wick coiled deep inside like a heartbeat that forgot to beat. You find an old stool tucked beneath the shelf. You sit for a moment, the hush pressing close around your ribs, humming through the workbench where the tools lie scattered, each one waiting for a hand that no longer climbs the tower at dawn. Somewhere above you, the rope hangs slack. The bell holds its breath. The hands hover in their frozen arc, not counting the hours anymore, just keeping them safe for those who need a moment to drift inside the hush. And you, here tonight, feel the stillness settle deeper into your bones. A quiet that needs no chime, no clock, no hour struck loud enough to wake the frost-covered rooftops outside. This is your workshop tonight, another patient pocket in this timeless, gentle, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow. Let the oil jars rest on their shelf. Let the gears sleep where they are. Let the clock that stopped ticking remind you. Sometimes what no longer moves is the softest place to rest. Stay seated on the old stool for a while. Let your hands rest on your knees, palms open to the hush that breathes through this small, hidden workshop. A hush older than any gear still tucked into its bed of oil and brass. The shelves along the wall lean under the weight of jars that no longer need to be opened. Their lids are stiff with rust, labels faded to shadows of ink that once promised minutes polished smooth by the clockmaker's careful hands. In the corner, a small wooden crate holds scraps of iron, teeth broken from larger cogs, tiny rods bent just enough to stop the turning they were meant to keep alive. Each piece hums softly in the hush, like a chorus of voices that do not mind being out of tune now that the ticking has grown quiet. A single window looks out onto the alley behind the tower. Its glass is rippled with age, a thin pane that catches moonlight and presses it into pale lines across the workshop floor. Through it, you see a patch of ivy climbing the tower's base, leaves trembling where the hush slips through the cracks in the stone. Sometimes, on the coldest nights, the townsfolk say you can hear the hush drift through the alley like a heartbeat that no longer remembers how to beat in time. A sigh that slips around corners, hums through doorways, curls under blankets where children dream without the clock's old chime to guide their sleep. You stand, brushing dust from your hands, and step toward the workbench once more. There, a lantern waits, its glass smudged with soot, its brass handle bent from where it was knocked against the wall long ago. You lift it gently, feeling the weight of the hush inside the empty chamber where a flame once burned. It is heavier than it should be, as if the silence settled into the lantern's belly and never left. Above your head, you can almost feel the bell in its cradle, the rope hanging slack, the iron mouth pressed shut around the chime that never rises anymore. Each tick that should have slipped through the gears lies folded instead in the hush that wraps the tower from base to belfry. You place the lantern back on its shelf, its bottom ringing faintly against the old wood, a single note that vanishes before it can echo too far. Somewhere beyond the stone walls, frost clings to the square. The houses hold the hush close, chimneys drawing in the quiet, rooftops bending under its soft weight. And you, here tonight, feel the hush settle deeper than the tick ever could. A stillness that does not ask you to listen for the next chime, only to breathe slow, to stand still, to let the gears stay asleep a while longer. This is your workbench tonight. Another small circle in this timeless, gentle, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow. Let your fingertips rest on the old iron scraps. Let the lantern keep its hush. Let the clock that stopped ticking remind you. Sometimes the silence left behind is the warmest sound of all. Step away from the workbench now, the hush trailing at your heels like a slow tide that never needs to rise. Each footstep presses softly into the worn stone floor. Each breath matches the gentle drift of air that hums through cracks in the tower walls. You find yourself at a narrow archway that leads to a hidden stair, a passage so small you must turn your shoulders sideways to slip through. Here, the hush feels closer, thicker, pressing against your ribs in the dark, as if the tower itself wants to remind you that not every turn must lead you somewhere new. The steps wind downward, deeper into the belly of the clock tower. The walls are cool, the stones smooth in places where caretakers once brushed past, carrying oil cans, cloths, tiny tools tucked into their pockets like secrets folded for safekeeping. At the bottom of the stair, you enter a round chamber, the foundation where the tower settles into the earth. This place holds the hush differently. It gathers low to the ground, filling the seams between stones, curling around your ankles in a way that makes each breath feel heavy and safe at once. In the center of the chamber sits an old crate, its sides propped open to reveal larger gears stacked like sleeping coins. Thick cogs that once turned the massive main shaft, teeth pressing into each other with the steady patience of a heartbeat. A work lamp lies on its side beside the crate. Its glass is cracked, the oil long gone, yet its shadow stretches across the gears like a memory that does not mind being left behind. You kneel beside the crate and rest your hand on one of the gears. Its surface is cool, edges worn smooth by years of turning, stopping, turning again, until the hush folded around its teeth and asked them to sleep a little longer. Some say the clock's last caretaker sat here for hours when the ticking slowed. He placed each gear into the crate himself, one by one, as if tucking restless children into bed. He hummed to them, they say, a tune softer than the bell's deepest chime, a tune the hush still hums when the square above falls silent enough to listen. You sit on the crate's edge now, the hush pressing into your shoulders, your knees, your chest. A thin draft slips through a seam in the stone wall, carrying the scent of frost and old mortar, wrapping you in the same quiet the town above holds so close when the clock no longer calls the hours home. Beyond this chamber, the square sleeps. Children curl under blankets that rustle like paper when they breathe. The rooftops glisten where frost gathers in quiet corners, the chime once reached, but does no more. And you here tonight feel that hush inside your bones. A silence so soft you can almost hear the gears dream beneath your palm. A hum that promises there is nowhere to go except deeper into the moment that never moves. This is your crate tonight. Another small hollow in this patient, gentle, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow, let the gears rest, let the hush keep its promise. Let the clock that stopped ticking remind you, sometimes the hours you do not count are the ones that hold you best. Sit a while longer on the edge of the crate. Let your palm rest on the cool curve of the gear, feeling how the hush slips through the worn teeth like a breath that never needs to rush. The chamber feels older than the tower above, older than the frozen hands, the rope that sleeps against the belfry wall, the bell that once hummed its promise through every window in the square. Here, the hush is thick enough to feel on your skin, pressing into the folds of your sleeves, curling around your boots where they press into the dusty floor. Along the base of the wall, old ledgers lean against a beam. Their pages are spotted with oil and the faint print of fingertips that turned each sheet slowly, tracing columns of hours once counted, chimes once promised, repairs made by lantern light when the ticking faltered on long winter nights. You open one. The cover creaks but does not protest. Inside, the handwriting drifts in careful loops, numbers and notes drifting into the margins, as if the caretaker's thoughts softened with the hush before they found the page. Some lines stop mid-word, as if he paused to listen for a tick that never came, or perhaps heard the hush answer instead. You close the ledger gently, letting it lean once more into the shadows. The hush holds every number now, every sum carried forward to a balance that never needed to be paid. Across the room, a narrow passage leads to an old iron door, so low you would have to bend to pass through. Behind it lies the small yard behind the tower, where ivy climbs the stone in slow spirals, where frost gathers at the base of the walls, when the wind turns cold enough to hum through the cracks. Sometimes, they say, people would leave small things at the door. A worn glove, a sprig of evergreen, a folded scrap of paper with a wish pressed tight between the lines. Offerings for the hush, so the clock would remember to hold time gently, even when it no longer turned. You stand now, stepping lightly toward the door but never opening it, feeling instead how the hush drifts in under the seam, carrying with it the scent of night air, sharp with frost, sweet with the hush that lives in every quiet place the chime once touched. Above you, the tower breathes. The rope curls softly where it fell. The frozen hands hover over a square that sleeps easier than it did when the bell called every hour home. And you, here tonight, feel that hush gather behind your eyes, warm and steady, pressing the edges of your thoughts into soft corners where no tick can reach. This is your chamber tonight, another quiet room in this timeless, hidden, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow, let the ledgers lean, let the iron doors stay shut. Let the clock that stopped ticking remind you, sometimes the best way to keep time is to let it rest, curled safe inside the hush. Stay in the chamber a while longer. Let your fingers rest on the iron door that never opens fully now, its hinges stiff with time, its handle cool and smooth under the hush that presses gently into the seams where the frost gathers in the dark. You turn away from the door and step back toward the center of the room, boots brushing through a scatter of old sawdust that once caught the oil drips from gears lifted here, piece by piece. Each footstep drifts into the hush before it can echo too far. Above you, the tower holds its breath. Stones stacked tight against the wind, wood beams creaking softly when the night air sighs through tiny cracks. No chime shakes the walls anymore. No rope pulls the hush into a ringing that rolls across the rooftops. Only the hush itself hums here now, folding your heartbeat into its slow rhythm. Near the crate, an old hammer lies across a folded cloth, its handle worn smooth where the clockmaker's palm rested each time he tapped a pin back into place. You lift it gently, feel its surprising weight, the hush pooling around your wrist like a memory of work never rushed. Some say the hammer still carries the echo of the last tap, the soft knock that pressed the final gear into sleep. No one comes to lift it now, but the hush holds its place, a promise that the tower remembers every sound that learned how to rest. In the corner sits a wooden stool, half buried under scraps of leather once wrapped around the drive shafts. A few pieces curl at the edges where the hush pressed in, drying the oil, softening the noise, teaching each crack to stay quiet under the frost. You sit there for a moment, elbows resting on your knees, breath slipping out in a slow cloud that matches the hush coiled thick along the floor. If you close your eyes, you might hear the echo of footsteps on the stairs above, the ghost of boots climbing to win the gears that no longer need turning. Outside the thick stone walls, the town square dreams in its own hush. Shop windows dark, shutters closed against the wind's soft hum. No bell to startle the night, no tick to press the hours forward. Only the hush drifting through the alleys, curling under doors, tucking into blankets where families breathe easy in the quiet. And you here tonight, feel that same hush gather around your ribs, heavier than a clock's heartbeat, lighter than any chime, patient enough to hold you steady until your thoughts drift into their own quiet turning. This is your corner tonight, another soft place in this timeless, gentle, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow. Let the hammer rest where you found it. Let the stool hold your weight a moment longer. Let the clock that stopped ticking remind you. Sometimes the hours you do not measure are the ones that keep you warm. When you stand from the stool, the hush rises with you, brushing your shoulders, folding itself around your ribs, as if to remind you that the tower holds every breath you've left behind here. You walk across the chamber one last time, boots scuffing through old sawdust and bits of brass filings that shine faintly where the lantern's ghost light drifts past. The crate of gears waits at the center, each tooth and groove tucked soft into the hush, like dreams pressed between the pages of a book that never needs to close. Above you, the wooden beams creak gently. If you listen carefully, you might hear what the clock once whispered through its turning, a promise that time could move softly enough to carry you without ever asking where you'd go. You climb the narrow stair again, hand brushing the cool stone. Each step feels familiar now, a slow loop through the hush that lives behind every gear, every frozen hand, every chime that no longer rings. When you reach the belfry, the moonlight has shifted. It slips through the thin glass of the clock face, painting the frozen hands in silver so pale they look as if they're breathing. The bell hangs above, its iron mouth pressed closed around the hush that hums where the rope once pulled its voice into the square. You stand at the window a moment, looking out across rooftops softened by frost. The square below holds its breath with you, each chimney leaning into the hush that drifts under doorways, presses against shuttered windows, hums through dreams that never rush to dawn. Near your feet, the rope curls along the floor, its frayed end resting like an old ribbon no longer needed to tie anything together. You brush it with your boot, feel how it lifts just slightly, then settles back, content to sleep in the hush that keeps the tower standing tall without ever asking its hands to move. Some say that if you listen closely, you might hear the tick, so faint it lives only inside your own chest, a borrowed echo from the days when the bell rang and the gears turned and the town below leaned into each chime. But the hush is stronger now. It hums through every crack in the stone, every splinter in the beams, every bolt that once held time steady. It holds the quiet in place so gently that even the frozen hands feel warm to look at. You rest your palm on the clock face's cool glass. No heartbeat presses back, only your own, steady and slow, carried into the hush that wraps you like an old coat forgotten on a nail in the loft. Far below, the streets sleep under a thin blanket of frost. Children dream without the bell's call. Footsteps drift without the tick. Doors open and close by the soft measure of sunlight alone. And you here tonight stand at the top of the tower that stopped ticking. One heartbeat folded into the hush that keeps the gears at rest. The rope coiled gentle on the floor. The bell cradled in its own silent promise that some hours never need to strike again. This is your tower tonight. The final quiet step in this patient, endless, boring history for sleep. So breathe slow. Let the hush hold your thoughts steady. Let the frozen hands remind you that not every moment must move forward to matter. Let the clock that stopped ticking remind you. Sometimes the quietest hours are the ones that keep you safest in the dark. Sleep well, sleep deep. And when you wake, may the hush follow you, soft as frost, steady as brass, quiet as the hours that know how to hold you when time no longer turns.